Talk Shoes. Recorded live.
Good evening and welcome to our podcast. We are Freedom from Covert Harassment and Surveillance. I'm Derek Robinson, the moderator. Okay, and we are here on Saturdays at 9 p.m. Eastern Time to educate and assist those who are targets of organized stalking, remote electronic assault, and more, and to let you know that you are not alone, and that there are many thousands and millions of us, nationwide and worldwide, working together for our freedom. Tonight is Saturday, July 12th, 2014. The views expressed during our podcast are those of our callers and not necessarily those of FFCHF. I'm Derek Robinson, the moderator. A couple of announcements before we begin our program tonight. On Saturday, July 19th, there'll be a meeting of the New Jersey Support Group at Morris County Library, 30 East Hanover Avenue in Whippany, New Jersey. The meeting time is 10 a.m. to 12:15 p.m. It'll be at the conference room, 133 on the first floor. For more information, you may contact Tom at tp7750@aol.com. That's T as in Tom, P as in Paul, 7750@aol.com. And also on Saturday, July 19th, there'll be a meeting of the Freedom, Virginia, Maryland, D.C. Metro Group at the Central Library. And the topic will be workshop. It'll be a workshop for filings, various types of forms. And the time for that meeting is 2 to 5 p.m. Eastern Time. For more information, you may visit their website, which is freedomdcmetro.org. The contact is Robert Newton, and he can be reached at rnewton@freedomdcmetro.org. Okay, our guests tonight are Kathleen Watterson and Levi McCann, who this week made history in our community, becoming the first to successfully prove electronic harassment and win a case before a judge in a court of law. In our previous court appearances, things had not gone well for Kathleen. The perp's attorney had pretty much run the show on each occasion, and several expert witness attempts had not worked out. And I had even not caught the vision for the importance of this case until Levi came along as the expert witness and then actually won. It was at that point I suddenly realized that what just happened. And that's when everything became crystal clear. Kathleen gets points here for determination and for believing when very few others did. This was a case of a come from way behind victory and shows us the kinds of undaunted determination and faith that will be needed for us to also be successful in obtaining victory in our own lives. So now, here to tell us more about what happened and how all of you can also win in court are Kathleen Watterson and Levi McCann. Kathleen and Levi, if you could unmute. Okay, Kathleen, you guys there?
You just hit *6, Kathleen, on your phone.
Okay. Hi, everybody.
Hello. Okay. Hi, guys. Welcome to the program tonight. And we're all anxious to hear exactly how all of this came together. And Kathleen, I guess we'll need to start with you. If you can explain to us what prompted you to go to court.
Well, because I'm getting, noise every time I walk out of my house with noise campaigns, especially with the off-roaders. And that is why I am targeted, is because I helped get an off-road ordinance through. This is a big off-roading area. 7 minutes away, it's the largest off-road place in the world. And they used to just tear around. And you can hear one of them a mile away. You get 5 of them, and it's like, welcome to hell. Not only that, they messed up there's no more turtles anymore because they wrecked up the migratory trails. So one swipe of those tires, wrecks not only the ecosystem but the sub-ecosystem. So we had all the nature people on our side. But anyway, that's how my targeting started. And so, this actually has been going on now for 5 years. And this particular perp is the one who's hitting me right this moment, by the way, just a little bit, just to let me know he's there, which is what he does. This had been at 2 other places, but I knew it was him that did it. When I found who out it was, he had all the equipment, etc. And so I sent him a cease and desist order, and that did not work. I went over and talked to him 3 different times, as sweetly as I possibly could. And the first time I went over there, and he's a ham operator, and he is a licensed ham operator. And so I said, well, what's this? He goes, oh, well, that's microwave frequencies. I'm measuring microwave frequencies. I go, oh, have you ever heard of adapting a microwave? And he said, oh, yeah, he's from Finland. And he, spent 10 minutes showing off to me. And so to make a long story short, I went over there 3 times, and he finally said, call the FCC and go to the police. And I said, I'm going to. And so I went down, and since the off-roaders got a couple of restraining orders on me, and by the way, I'd never been to court, and I moved up here at 57. I'd never been to court in my life. I don't think you turn mad at 57. They actually taught me what to do. I don't think I could have done it on my own unless I knew what to do. And because I'd been through it before, I said, I'm going to do it. And because I was desperate to get especially the electronic harassment, which has progressed in the 5 years. And so I just went down there. And one thing I want to tell everybody is if they're going to file a restraining order, be sure that you tell when you're filing out the clerk that your life is in danger because it's free. Otherwise, it's $395. So that's really an important one. And your life is in danger. And so to make a long story short, this was my 8th time before this judge. Now, this judge was a great judge. His first words to me were, I've heard of this. And I'm like, oh, glory, hallelujah, thank you. And so the perp lawyered up, and I didn't have a lawyer. And then he wouldn't accept. So he told me, first I needed a letter. I got the letter. That wasn't good enough because the lawyer kept pushing. Then he told me I needed an expert witness. And so Derek came for me, which thank you, Derek. But he said, no, that's not good enough. That's not whose job it is. So then I had another problem with another person that just didn't show up even though I sent him a plane ticket. Then, so I'm flailing around. I got a continuance. When the guy didn't show up, fortunately I got a continuance. And I went to court, and you just have to ask for it. And so then I'm like, oh, my God, I'm just searching crazily looking for an expert witness. And I'm in Walmart, and I'm opening my door, and this van pulls up, and out jumps this man, and he says, idiots. And I said, and there's so many of them. And he said, yeah, especially the government. And I said, no kidding. Have you ever heard of targeted individuals? And he said, yes, I am one. And to make a long story short, here we are today. And it turns out that he really is an expert witness because he's got a degree in computer science. He's got a history degree. He's a master gunsmith and reloader and something else, too. Firearms instructor. And so one thing, when you get your expert witness, you want to make sure that, A, you have references and people that they've helped. And fortunately, with CFI Enterprises, he has had that business license for 6 years. So, and some other things that really fatten it up. But you have to think about fattening up your expert witness. Not that he really needed it. And especially, and so they didn't contest it. And they might have, had he not immediately launched into the technology, and it was obvious to everyone that he knew what he was talking about. But it didn't start out that way. How it started out was when we got there, as usual, and this is a typical thing they do, especially if the perps have an attorney, they ask you, they swear everybody in, and then they ask you how many witnesses you have. And I said I had 7. And 8 people showed up, and I have to give a shout out to those people. Bob, with his beautiful book, Bob got this giant book with it that's got tabs on it with every TI thing known to man. And Michael, and Johnny, and Jeremiah, and Happy Bella, and Felix. And thank you for your support. Anyway, so all the witnesses are gone, including Levi.
They excluded us.
Yeah, they excluded us from the court. And the reason they do that is because they don't want to hear anything you said, right? They want to be able to, so they can't piggyback off of something that you said. And so when they got me on the stand, started out with the noise harassment. We had been up to Northern California, and we got really, really sick. And so we didn't get a chance. I have like 5 handheld things with the noise harassment, but it's very tedious to get that off and get it on CD, etc. And so because we have been sick,
I did have a report ready by that.
Yeah, but we did have a report ready. But so what I did was, I called because I had to have it in by the 23rd, everything in by the 23rd. Yeah, I have to skip back to that, to the attorney. And so I called the attorney, and I said, look, we are sick. And he gave us...
Till the 9th, but get to the court.
Okay, anyway, gave it to the 9th, and so we get to the court, and he tried to tell us that...
But we had turned it in a couple days beforehand anyway.
Yeah, anyway, and so he didn't have a leg to stand on. So he told a big fat lie before the whole thing even started. And so anyway, so he gets me on the stand, and I'm talking about the noise campaigns and the harassment, and they just shredded me. But I still stood my ground. And that's something you really have to do, is you have to stand your ground. You have to be confident in that you are right. You are being put upon here. They are just trying to destroy your life in every way possible. And you've got to...
Hey, Kathleen.
Yeah.
One thing that wasn't clear was that this guy that is perping you was he one of the off-roaders? Was he related to the off-roaders in some way, making all the noise,
okay.
Or how did that? How did
okay.
that?
How it works, and this is this is what I believe. I had a run-in with code enforcement, and he got retired. This is the most corrupt county in the country, and it's also the largest county in the country. And once Neil Derry, who was indicted for money laundering, got unelected, and Neil Derry pleaded his money laundering down to a misdemeanor. After that, there was a new sheriff in town, and they started worrying about all these rogue law enforcement people, and so they retired him, and I'm sure he thought it was that I had a lot to do with it. That being said, I know 8 other people that this guy had made their lives miserable. He's just a sociopath that loved, and he had a letter that said they couldn't help us anymore, and he hand-delivered it to me and said, I told you the vibrations weren't there, and he's just playing with me. And so that guy got this guy, my perp, I feel like he's really a patsy, but he's an addicted patsy, and he's the one that was doing everything, right? Because as a ham operator, and there was actually a microwave generator on his wrist. Yeah, Levi will tell you about that. Anyway, so that's how that was. So they just shredded me, but I stood up, and I didn't grumble. And then it was Levi's turn. So we brought Levi in, and here's what happened.
Well, yeah, the first thing that the other attorney did was he told everyone, including myself, that we had to be excluded from the courtroom during the proceedings until they called us. And I was the only person that got called because I was an expert witness. And so I went in there and I didn't know what had been done in court.
Well, let me just say one thing. There was a big fight. They were trying to get it dismissed, and the judge didn't say it. He said, no, I want her to have her day in court. He did everything to just get it dismissed. And he said no, and he said that he didn't get the paperwork in time, which he did, but he was doing everything he can, and including lying about when we had the paperwork in. So go ahead.
Anyway, when I got in there, I was obviously already been sworn in, but I went up to the witness stand and they put me on the witness stand, and I brought my folder up with my references, as well as the effects of microwave radiation sickness, as well as the report I wrote. And for some reason, my report wasn't in the folder, but luckily I have a pretty good memory, so it's almost photographic in a way. But so I knew exactly what I had written down in the court, or in the report that I had written with the data sets and whatnot, and the meters I used, and I even brought the meters with me and stuff. And the first thing that the attorney was trying to do, I mean, he was trying to shred me, and I saw what he was trying to do, and I literally tore him apart as opposed to him tearing me apart. I made him look like a fool.
He did.
And I mean, I don't say that lightly. I really made him. I mean, he was getting flustered. I could tell I was really getting under his skin. I could tell that, I mean, he was yelling and raising his voice to the point where the judge even told him to quiet down and stuff like that.
He actually stood up and started.
Yeah, he stood up and started yelling and stuff like that. And he tried to start yelling at the judge, and the judge quickly put him back in his place. But the funny thing was I actually laughed at him directly to his face at one point in time, and I could tell that really got under his skin. But everything I said was exactly the truth, and it was backed up by the facts of the meters I was using, and also the readings I had, as well as the videotape of the readings, and being able to explain to the court the difference between a square wave, which is a microwave, a stalking.
I'm on a call right now. I don't have time to talk to you.
Karen, we can hear you.
I'm sorry.
Anyway, so I was able to explain in layman's terms what a regular sine wave, which is a regular radio wave that looks like a normal wave, what a sine wave was, versus a square wave, which is a telltale sign of a microwave, and also a sawtooth wave, which is the telltale sign of a microwave, but you can put auditory signals as well as visual signals behind a microwave. And I also explained that that's why they use microwaves in cell phones, because they can pass through buildings like there's nothing there, as well as you can pass through brick, mortar, and that's why if you get in an elevator, since you're surrounded by metal, essentially you're surrounded by a Faraday cage, and that's why your cell phone doesn't work inside of a elevator and stuff. So I put it in layman's terms so they can understand, and also the difference between the types of waves out there. And that microwaves actually, if you're exposed to large amounts of microwaves, they can actually be directly correlated. Different signals can be directly correlated to different sicknesses and actually cause disease as well. And I actually got part of the website I was working on up, and you can pull it up. It's that report I gave you on microwave radiation sickness, and talking about how, you can anywhere from sleep deprivation to depression to anger to actual skin problems where you can get burns on your skin, to headaches, to nausea, to tinnitus, which is ringing your ears. They can affect your eyes. They can cause glaucoma.
Okay, so these are what you're saying is that these are some of the symptoms that Kathleen was also experiencing?
Some of the symptoms, yeah, but the meaning that these are they're depending on how much exposure you are to microwaves and also what frequencies they're being generated at.
And I have pictures of like my face burns and some of the nausea. So most of those, yes.
But the thing was, he was trying to attack me on the fact that, are you a medical doctor? And I said to him probably 5 times, and I kept on repeating myself. I said, I already told you I'm not a medical doctor. I can't diagnose her. I can only take her word for it. Just like if you told me you had food poisoning from whatever you ate or something, or you're having a heart attack right now, because mind you, he's real fat and just take care of him very much. But yeah. I said that, if you had a heart attack right now, I would believe the fact that you were having a heart attack. Or if you claimed you had food sickness, I would take your word for it, but I can't diagnose it. I go, I'm not a medical doctor. I think we've established that. But that being the case, I have worked in the field of computer science for 20 years, and also as a networking engineer, as well as a programmer, a college professor, and in that being the case, you don't realize that in network engineering, we do a lot. We have a lot of test meters, but we also do not for everything from telephones to wireless networking and stuff like that. So we work with microwaves and detecting microwaves, so we're not jumping onto somebody else's network, or somebody else's network isn't interfering with our network. Because mind you, wireless networks are all in the microwave spectrum at 2.4 gigahertz. So anyway, make a long story short, I tore the attorney apart as opposed to letting him try to tear me apart, and I made a fool of him. And at the end of it all, after I got dismissed, the attorney was almost adamant, like he did not want me to reappear in court for any reason. But he said that he would like to reserve the right to re-argue some minute point. So they pushed it out until the 4th of September. But that still gave the conditional restraining order with all the same things on it, meaning no EMF frequencies, no electronic harassment, all that stuff's on the restraining order. And the perp not only was visibly shaken by it,
literally shaken.
I mean, he had to be comforted and stuff by about 5 people outside the courthouse and inside the courthouse. And after the verdict was read, and it was just the case was obviously in recess. I had literally 5 people come up to me and trying to target and harass me. I mean, immediately, and that's when I kind of started figuring out that how they were probably doing it. It probably wasn't just the one guy doing it. It was probably he had his equipment hooked up to to a computer, and then that being the case, me, knowing what I know about computers, he can be anywhere around the country, and you can log into somebody else's computer, and if their equipment's hooked up to it, another person can act like it's their computer, and they're running from your computer, even though they're 100 miles away, and they can be running your equipment from your computer, and you don't even have to be there while somebody else is doing it. I realized that the 4 or 5 other people were probably other perpetrators that just because I can't prove that that's what's happening, but I have a feeling by how they approached me that they were probably involved in it somehow. But after I came out of the courtroom, the people that came to support Kathleen, which is really good, they were all wondering, like what happened, and I said, well, wait, because they could tell that the defendant and all the other people with him, that they were all visibly shaken, and they were, giving me dirty looks, and I said, just wait until everyone leaves and stuff, and then we went outside, and that's when hey,
Levi,
yeah.
could you tell us? You said the judge read a verdict. Could you tell us pretty much as much as you remember, what the verdict, how the judge read the verdict?
The verdict was that he concluded that there was microwave harassment going on and noise harassment, electronic harassment, and that.
Oh, really? The judge said that?
Yeah, he definitely was convinced of that, and that in the restraining order that it says there's not to be any sort of electronic or EMF. Electromagnetic frequency.
When I wrote up that restraining order, I put everything in there. I didn't have to go for it.
And, besides the fact that, he can't come in within 100 yards, it doesn't matter, because he's not doing it that way. But he made sure to put that there can't be any electronic forms of harassment or any EMF or anything like that that can be linked back to him as part of the...
Well, this is an unusual restraining order because this is the first time I've heard of a restraining order where the defendant was directed to not, even though he was not within, say, so many yards or feet of the house, he was directed not to, how did he put it, harass the defendant from the plaintiff from...
But via any electronic means is how they put it.
Right, okay, because did they look at this as sort of like some type of an attack weapon, this microwave harassment?
I think the judge understood it as a directed energy weapon, and that the way it was directed, it could be totally a microwave-directed energy weapon.
And that was a selling point. What we did is we went around the whole neighborhood.
Well, yeah, I went around in a 5-mile... Well, we did, yeah, you have to understand where Kathleen lives. You don't even get cell phone reception out here. So I knew I wasn't looking for a cell phone tower, because I was looking for the main cause of the microwave, which would have been, the main one would have been a cell phone tower, and then the second one would have been a wireless network or a wireless network that was nearby, but I couldn't. There was no way. I checked the computers. There was no wireless networks within any range of it or anywhere around here. Nor does Kathleen have a wireless network. And then when I started doing measurements, when I started taking measurements, I started with the tri-field meter, and I noticed that the northeast corner of the house had the highest, it was pegged off the tri-field meter in the microwave spectrum. And then as I moved my way towards the southeast corner of the house, it was still, almost pegged. It wasn't quite as high, but it was still pegged pretty close to off the top. But then as I moved around the side of the house to what would be the southwest corner of the house, there it actually cut down to almost half. And then when I moved up to what would be the northwest corner of the house, it was the same readings as what I was getting in the southeast corner of the house. So that's when I realized it was coming in at a diagonal direction. And, and then to cut out any sort of anything coming from anywhere else, I actually Faraday caged the smart meter in the front of her house to the point where at first when you put the tri-field meter, it pegged it off the chart, but after I was done, you couldn't even get a reading from the tri-field meter. Like standing on the smart meter after I Faraday caged it and grounded it, you couldn't even get a reading from it. And then I started with a RF spectrum meter as well as a frequency analyzer. And then I used another piece of equipment. But each piece of equipment was, highly accurate and more accurate. And the RF spectrometer was great because it showed the telltale signs of microwaves, the square waves coming in, as well as the sawtooth waves. And we were able to capture that on video as well as pictures. And then I was also able to capture the actual frequencies coming in with another meter I had. So the actual frequencies he was using a sweeper, and the way they do it is that it's a microwave pulse generator / sweep. So what they can, and that's why I think he had 2 dishes pointed at her house, because he was running one in pulsed microwave mode, and the other he was running in swept microwave mode, which would have been the sawtooth microwaves. The other one in pulsed mode would have been the square ones. But that being the case, when you run it in sweep mode, I mean, you basically program it to say start at 6 hertz and move your way all the way through the whole spectrum, and then once you're at the end of the spectrum, go start over again. And it's just a continuous thing that goes over and over and over again. And then the pulse in the impulsed mode, it's just sending out pulsed microwaves. And I noticed that they were coming in a period of about 8 seconds. And so about every 8 seconds, I would catch with the telltale signs of pulsed microwaves coming in. So it was pretty easy. And then when I was driving around in the 5-mile radius with Kathleen with my meters, I pointed out to her that every single satellite dish, whether it's a direct TV dish or dish network dish, the newer types of dishes, and we came across about 4 of the older types of dishes that are the 10-foot dishes. But if they're actually satellite dishes that are used for telecommunications to get satellite signal, they're always going to point to the southern part of the sky, because every telecommunications satellite that's in the sky is over the equator, and it's in geosynchronous orbit over the equator. That's why every satellite out there that's actually used for television or even satellite radio is over the equator, and so every satellite dish out there should be pointing to the southern part of the sky. And the funny thing is the Pert's 2 dishes, and this was a dead giveaway for me, but his 2 dishes were a direct line of sight, and they were kitty corner pointing directly at the front of Kathleen's house, and that's what gave me the diagonal direction of the microwaves. But it was also the fact that his dishes were pointed in a northeastern way as opposed to the southern part of the sky. And, within a 5-mile radius of the house, his were the only 2 dishes that didn't point south.
And when he pointed that out, I knew we had him.
Yeah, and
I knew that was the key.
Also, I pointed out on that not only that there was a picture that Kathleen had of his house where it shows his ham radio equipment, which is fine. I mean, that's not going to affect people. But it had another piece of equipment on top of his house that he later took off his house, but he could have it behind his house or in his house. But it was definitely a microwave pulse generator. And that being the case, and I explained that with a satellite dish, all you have to do to turn it into a transmitter is run power through it, the reverse way, as opposed to just receiving, energy from a satellite. You run power to it, and you can actually direct microwaves to wherever you want it to go, And so when I pointed that out, they realized that we pinpointed the source of where the microwaves are coming from. And second of all, if he was using the satellites in an actual real telecommunications fashion, they would have been pointing to the southern part of the sky. And also, he wouldn't have a microwave generator that was actually caught on film. It had nothing to do with ham radio equipment. You could tell it was if you know what a microwave generator looks like, he knew that was a pulse generator. So. Oh
wow! So you really caught him red-handed with the pulse generator and the angle of the microwave dishes and all of that, and compared to the angle of all the other the neighborhood dishes. So okay, that was. Go ahead.
Dishes as well that showed right. I mean, I was on the road, but I was standing right in front of his dishes with my meters that showed that the same microwaves and the same frequencies were coming directly from the dishes. Obviously I didn't go on his property, but I was standing right in front of his microwave dishes, getting the same exact frequencies, and so.
I see. So you had picked up the frequencies in Kathleen's house, and compared them to the frequencies that were emanating from the perpetrator's house.
Yeah, I went directly in front of his dishes with my meters and took readings, and they were the same exact readings as what I was getting at Kathleen's house. So.
And even now, when I go over, I have a track around my house that I run around like 9 times a day, and when diagonally at the diagonal end of my house, I always can feel myself running into them. So, yeah.
Wow.
Excellent.
Okay, excellent. Well, see, it's a matter. It seems like what you did was very logical and very, very easy. Hopefully, that we can duplicate those same efforts in other places. People's circumstances are a little bit different, but I think it's probably doable. Okay, great. Levi, you did a tremendous job. Excellent, and it was everything you described was perfectly logical, and even to the point where a judge can understand logically how you reached the conclusions that you did, and he obviously reached the same conclusion. So that was tremendous. So I applaud for your efforts.
Big thing happened too, and that is it's an interesting thing. 2020. Actually, and a lot of people have asked me about this, so I'm going to tell you. 2020 actually contacted me on Facebook, and we had been up north, and we got back, and we were sick, and so I didn't look at my Facebook for like 10 days. And so it had his number. It said Andrew Pigott. I'm thinking, it's just another thing. And I called him, and it wasn't, and he was very interested. But as some of you, I'm sure, saw, the couple in Ohio who had a noise campaign done to them by the whole town, and after that, 2020 put on a picnic, a resolution picnic, and it turns out, so he and Andrew and I talked for like an hour and a half. I think I really kind of scared him, but it turns out that Aro, my perp, had actually emailed them, had been the one to contact them because, of course, he's committing all these felonies. He'd love to get it resolved that way and still not stop, right? He's addicted. That's what it all boils down. He's absolutely addicted. Torture is addicting, unfortunately. And so, but the good news is I have a really good contact at 2020, and I am really going to go after it.
Also, I've got about half the site that I was building to help other TIs out. It's up and running. If I can give the site name out, if you guys want to go to it right now, if you want to check it out.
Oh yes, absolutely.
It's www.knowing-is-half-the-battle.com. So it's basically knowing is half the battle.com, but there's a dash between every word.
Okay. Well, thanks, Levi, for sharing, and Kathleen. Did you all have a project in mind? I know Kathleen was talking about that earlier. Is there anything that you'd like to share with the community about what your next plans might be?
Our next plans are actually to help other TIs that are having, that. Well, number one, I was on a technical call last night. One out that turned out really good. That a lot of people got a lot of good information on shielding and stuff like that, and also shielding with just the regular materials where you don't have to spend an arm and a leg. I mean, $40, $50, you can shield your whole house and cut out 90 to 95% of the microwaves coming into your house.
And especially the smart meter.
And especially how the Faraday cage your smart meter and ground it out as well, so you get absolutely no microwave readings from it whatsoever. But that being the case, our main goal is to go out and help other TIs with not only putting out what we did as a template, for it's a restraining order, but there's TIs teeth involved in the restraining order, because if he breaks the restraining order and we can sit there and measure it up until the point of going to court again, I mean, the restraining order that he can go up to 7 years. Normally they go from 3 to 5 years, but if he violates it and we can show that he's violated it with the meters, up until that point, they're obviously going to grant, the permanent restraining order probably for 5 to 7 years. But if he continues to violate it, he can face, 2 to 3 years in prison plus a $10,000 fine. Plus, Kathleen can go after him civilly as well. So it does have teeth in it. But my point being is, this is only the beginning for other TIs out there. It's just a template to go out, and not only that, we want to be able to go out and help other people, prove that where it's coming from or who's doing it, or how you're being targeted, and because there's multiple different technologies that people use, but essentially, if you figure out what technology that's being used, you can actually have different countermeasures that you can use against shielding from it. But secondly, they're all designed to essentially, in the end, designed to try to ruin you or ruin your life. But the point being is,
make every day a bad day.
Yeah, the point is Kathleen and I have talked about it. Our main goal is to be able to go out and help other TIs that are out there, and also teach other TIs, shielding techniques and stuff like that. Because if I can teach people in other areas, then they can teach other people, and people that you don't have a lot of money or something, but you still can shield your whole house for microwaves, and you can cut down on the microwaves and the TI targeting a lot by simple shielding techniques. And then on top of that, like I said, we want to be able to go out and help other TIs that are in need, and really, kind of help them out, not only figuring out where things are coming from or why they're being targeted, but also, what legal repercussions that they could go after as well.
And so we're actually going to have seminars on the internet, and it'll start out with your rights. It'll tell you how to collect evidence properly, and by the time you're finished with it, you will feel confident of filling out your paperwork yourself. Pro se, meaning you don't have to have an attorney. Because what we have found in talking to everybody, that what attorneys do is they take your retainer.
But they don't do anything.
Exactly.
So the point being is I've been an expert witness in another case, but it didn't have to do with microwave attacks. But I proved in court in Las Vegas that this guy they were trying to charge with possessing a silencer. And since I'm a master gunsmith, I brought a guy I knew that used to work for the FBI, but is actually the head of security for Indianapolis Indiana Airport, and another guy I knew who worked at the gun store selling firearms. And we proved that there was no such thing as a silencer, and it's a Hollywood sound effect, And once I did a similar type of thing with another type of meter, but point being is, I wrote a report like that, and when we got that into court, the case, he was acquitted in the case because there is no such thing as a silencer, and that's just a Hollywood sound effect. And the thing was, what the guy had was what was called a flash suppressor, and they were just trying to railroad him. But I felt bad for the guy, because he's free. Anytime you're in court, you're freaking out anyway. But I was happy to help him. But with the TI stuff, but like I said, with how much we're harassed and how much things happen and whatnot, our main goal is to really help as many TIs out there as we can.
And you know what?
Okay, so you guys, say for instance, someone has, now there are some in our community that say that they know exactly who's targeting them. Yeah. And they know it's like, say, someone down the street or what have you. And so I guess what we would need is say, like, for someone to file a restraining order if they're really positive and can show it. I guess they would need you to maybe to prove it, and then maybe file a restraining order, once they have some type of verification.
And you measure the data sets, and you can also triangulate where the location directly where it's coming from, and then you also use multiple different types of meters that are very sensitive. And once you have the data sets, and you can prove where it's coming from, just like I did with the report with Kathleen. I sent the report to you. I don't know if you got a chance to read it. But, it's only a 4-page report, but in that 4 pages, it proves everything that we needed to prove in court.
It's called a CV report.
Okay. All right. So the question I have, that will work probably in a bunch of cases. The scenario that you've outlined here. All right. What about, for instance, if it's maybe not coming from the neighborhood but coming from a satellite? Would that make a difference?
I'm thinking about that when it's coming. Like, I was thinking about, if it's coming from, like, let's say the radio telescopes, because those are another big emitter of it. Or if it's coming from radar, because radar is another emitter of it that causes microwave radiation to TIs that people don't even know about, especially military radar, and even commercial radar coming from airports can do it. But, the Gwen towers, also satellite towers. So
right.
The thing is to prove it to be a satellite in outer space, that right there would prove it's the government. I mean, because as far as I know, there's no private satellites out there that other than mapping satellites, like geo-mapping satellites, and satellites that are used for like underground for oil drilling and stuff like that, and the types of satellites that are actually being able to beam back microwave signals and whatnot are all military satellites. So to be able to prove it was a satellite, I haven't got that far in my research yet, but I know I could prove it if it was a cell phone tower, or if it came from a Gwen tower or something like that, or if you were in the middle of the range of a I call them ionosphere heaters, like HARP, but they're just radio telescopes. I mean, radio telescopes do the same exact thing because they're all transmitters, and they're all the power that they run through them. It makes like, for instance, an AM station or an FM station, the maximum amount they can run through their tower signal towers is 50,000 watts, and we're talking they're running, close to 500,000 watts through their satellites and their radio telescopes when they transmit signals to them. And once they do that, they just turn them into ionosphere heaters, and they can actually do a whole area and target a whole area, and a bunch of people feel the effects of being targeted over a whole area when they're doing it with the radio telescope dishes. So that's a little more difficult as well. But then again, like I said, that depending on the different technology, it kind of depends on how you're going to go about figuring out how you're going to get the data set and how you're going to prove where the data set is. Because a lot of times satellite trajectories are actually posted somewhere. Even military satellite trajectories are posted out there. They may not say what the satellite does, but you'll be able to find the trajectory and see if it's coming in a range where it would be close enough to affect you where you live and stuff like that.
Okay, well, I'm just kind of picturing a number of scenarios that we could present. Now, the one that you did here with Kathleen, that will cover a number of situations. The important thing there, though, is that we start gathering and start applying signal evidence, because that's where you catch the perps. We've not really had that type of proof. even though we've had the effects of the signals, we've not until now had a solid case of the signal evidence to present to a court and say, here's what's happening, and for them to believe it.
That's one thing I spoke with Neil about earlier this week, and we spoke for about an hour, and I thought this was a great idea, and this is probably why we were talking for about an hour, because we're bouncing good ideas for shielding and stuff. But he was coming up with a spreadsheet, because we both understand that, there's multiple different technology. I think we all know that there's multiple different technologies out there that
at least 8.
Yeah, that are capable of doing this to us, right?
Right.
And what he was doing was compiling a spreadsheet, basically a database, which I thought was a great idea, where if you're experiencing these certain symptoms, then it falls back to, because each one of the different types of technology they use exhibit different types of symptoms. But like I said, they're all designed to do the same thing in the end. But the thing I thought was ingenious was he was compiling it in a way that, if you're experiencing these types of symptoms, then you're probably getting, this type of attack, and
this kind of illness,
and the point being is a lot of times they'll use multiple different types of attacks, but and when you can pinpoint what type of attack you're getting, then you can also, it gives you kind of a step up, going, okay, well, I know why I'm being attacked, and I know what kind of equipment I'm being attacked. Now I just need to come up with the data sets that I need to come up with in order to show that this is where it's coming from, and this is where the attacks are being generated from.
Okay.
So I thought that working with Neil on that, I thought that was a excellent idea, and I think that's probably why we talked about it. We're bouncing ideas off each other for an hour on that one. So.
Okay, well, all this is excellent, Levi, because we hear so often from the perps, so many have, that no one, you'll never be able to get the evidence, and no one will ever believe you. Well, this week someone believed us, and so that's a very important point.
More than just one person believed us, but the entire people, all the A-list and everyone in the court completely believed us, and then obviously the perps believed us because they wouldn't have been so shaken up.
Oh, he was literally shaking.
I mean, they had to comfort him and stuff outside the courtroom, so it was a pretty big victory, actually. And
actually, it was really great because since I've been there 8 times, and this is a small rural area, I'd actually been able to give the court reporter a whole bunch of information, and everybody knows me. And so who would keep going back and back and back and back if this terrible thing wasn't happening? And then when Levi comes with irrevocable evidence, it was just fabulous. And I knew we were going to win as soon as I realized that instead the satellite was not.
Well, it wasn't. It was like playing. I always equate court to a game of poker. You know, you don't want to play your ace in the hole. Your first card. But the point being is, when you have multiple aces in the hole, then it goes to the irrefutable fact that you have factual evidence, and not only you have one piece of factual evidence, but you have 5 or 10 or 15 to back up what you're saying. So, the more you have, and the more that everything fits into place, the more that the court's obviously going to believe what you're saying, and not try to refute what you're saying, and understand what you're saying as well.
And not only that, we didn't even show them the videos of the interference.
Well, the funny thing was we had it all. Well, we had the interference videos of the TV, and I actually explained it all on the stand, and that microwaves were able to do it. And I said,
audio loop. Keep talking about the audio.
And I said that also, when I was explaining what sawtooth waves were microwaves, but they look like what a saw blade would look like, and you can actually attach audio signal to the back end of it, and you can also attach a video signal to the back end of it, so you can actually put subliminals in people's heads, and they think they're having voices being talked to them, even though it's not schizophrenia. As well as they can put they can actually implant images into people's heads with the same technology with sawtooth waves. And the reason being is because the waves aren't completely square waves. So on the back end, they can attach audio and they can attach video. And that being the case, you can actually have an auditory hearing effect from it.
They can hear you.
And I go on top of that, and I explained how because the judge actually asked me how would they be able to hear you in your own house, and I said, well, that's actually pretty easy, really. I said, if you're bouncing microwaves from a pulse generator off of anywhere, and then with another sort of a microwave signal, but you're running it out of phase, meaning say you're running one pulse generator square waves. When the top square wave is hitting the house, you're sending it out. Then you're doing it 180 degrees out of phase, meaning the bottom part of the square wave is coming out when the top part is coming out of the other one. So that creates an interference pattern. And if you have something that it bounces, because it'll bounce back just like radar or sonar, and with that interference pattern, that's when you can pick up the actual audio sounds that if somebody's talking or something like that, you can actually pick up what they're saying by doing that. And it's through the interference patterns that people are able to pick up what people are hearing, or not hearing, but saying, and they can tell you exactly what you're saying because they're using something to pick up the interference patterns in the microwaves. And once you pick up the interference patterns, all you have to do is run it through your computer, and you can hear the audio effects of the interference pattern.
Well, the great thing about what you guys are able to do is that with finally acquiring the signal evidence, what you're able to do is file something in court, say a restraining order, and without an attorney, and still have the possibility of bringing criminal charges against your perpetrator. So, and then you have the evidence to prove it. So this is something that is probably a lot easier for most people than filing an entire lawsuit, say, against the government. You can actually, pinpoint the actual individual that's doing it and prosecute that person.
Well, we've discussed this a lot, and we feel that the class actions haven't been effective. But what we need is a bunch of these under our belt, and if you do it in different counties, that's still state. And so you do one, you get them in Florida, you get them in New York, you get them in California, then you can go federal.
Well, yeah, like I was telling Kathleen, I said, even though we're, everything needs to start at a local level. When you're filing it, even on our local level here, that's still part of the state of California, right? So if we get 10 or 15 or even 20 in California, because we have the biggest population of TIs, and we have 10 or 15 or 20 wins, then we get 10 or 15 wins in New York, and then 10 wins in Texas, and 10 wins in Florida, because those are the highest states within the TIs. And then after you get wins underneath your belt, and mind you, what we did with our win, I mean that's the tip of the iceberg. There's going to be with knowing how to do this, there's going to be bigger wins, and there's going to be more wins, and everything else coming up. But the point being is, you need wins under your belt in multiple different states before you can go to the federal level on something like that.
Okay, great, because this would establish a precedent, and which would pave the way for more precedents. And then the more precedents get established, and that establishes a pattern for this type of case. So I think, as you're right, it would establish a foundation for a federal lawsuit.
And then the media will be chasing us down.
Right, exactly. If enough of these get in court and are successful, yes, we will get media attention for that. Absolutely.
Yeah, and they'll actually be chasing us.
And also, like I said, that this is just the beginning. I guarantee you, there's going to be cases and a lot more cases being won. And this is just the start of all this.
And how we feel is that right now we realize that a lot of people are homeless and etc. That this is going to be like drunk driving. It's never going to go away. And what's going to happen is people aren't going to wait until they lose their jobs, until they're ruined. They're going to be coming a lot faster to get help, and so that they don't lose everything like so many TIs have. So that's the goal.
And not only that, the real goal is to make them stop doing it. That's the real goal. But if you can't do it that way, then go after them legally. And then, like I said, if we get multiple different states with multiple different wins, then that's when you go federal with it. And then then that's when people go, well, look, this is happening all over the country. We can't ignore it anymore.
Right, exactly. So you guys are really paved the way, for the community, and we have so much to be thankful to you guys for. So on that,
people are really blessed that all along we have led and called, and just our meeting and all the things and experiences that we've had have just showed us that we are
that God's paving our path. Really,
exactly.
I mean, there's been too many things that you can't call coincidental.
You just can't believe what's happened. It's just incredible.
Wow.
That's a beautiful thing,
exactly.
really.
Okay, excellent, guys.
That the TI, the call I was on last night was, a technical call, but it was great to be able to speak to TIs from across the country about, being able to cut out, 90 to 95% of the EMF energy coming in, especially the microwave energy coming in. And I'm still working on what to do about apartments and stuff like that. But unfortunately, I've only been working on it for about 5 days, so you got to give me a little bit of time to figure out something foolproof almost. But just the fact that you don't need a lot of money to be able to shield your house, and you also don't need to look like you have you have a bunch of you have tinfoil around your house or anything like that. I mean, you do it in such a way that it doesn't even look like there's any shielding around your house.
I don't even notice it.
Yeah, your house is totally shielded, and nobody notices it from the outside. Nobody really would notice it. You actually have to look to be able to notice it. The way we go about doing it. So.
But the secret to this whole thing is anybody it's going to be a process. And they're going to have to be tenacious, and they're going to have to work. You can't just think about it. You have to actually go do it, and that is the secret. You have to just keep going and going and going. No matter what you hear, you got to keep the goal, your eye on the prize, and keep going. And realize you are in the right. And this is America. Not to be corny, but it is. And these people have no right to do this to us.
Well, I spoke to you about why, I did it essentially with, with them targeting me. It's the principle behind it, I thought I still lived in America, so I'm going to fight for what the principle of what I believe in, and I, what they've done to me and what they're doing to other people, I know is right in principle and right in ethics. And so I'm going to stand up against it as much as I possibly can. And I'm going to help other people that are having
And he has. Problems. It's not just this case that he's won. They've tried to criminalize him innumerable times.
I don't even want to go into
It's unbelievable.
It's ridiculous.
Unbelievable what they've done. Well, let me just give a really quick example.
Okay.
And in Las Vegas, we went to court in Las Vegas, and what they tried to do there, and that's because they got a judge ousted there, and also exposed some
embezzlement.
Yeah, and
embezzlement of money.
Exactly.
Over $1 million a month, actually.
Yeah, and so
I got a judge unelected, and also I exposed that the Las Vegas PD, between the judge and the Las Vegas PD, they were embezzling over $1 million a month. So.
Okay. Well, guys.
And so he got that dismissed, and we went to court, and I mean, this is how bad it was. They tried to get him on drunk driving.
A year and a half after I moved out of Las Vegas.
And Josh Trainee lived here the whole time, and they tried to get him on drunk driving.
Yeah, they made up a charge on me a year and a half after I had moved out of Las Vegas of drunk driving. And mind you, there wasn't anything in my system.
Okay. Well, guys, great job once again, and we all in the community owe you a great, debt of gratitude for paving the way. And I'm getting some emails and stuff like that, so I'm going to need to bring in the callers. But I just want to say thanks.
Yeah, let me put our email address out there for everyone. So if they want to contact us via email, they can go to the website and contact us through that. But it's support at C as in Charlie, F as in Frank, I as in Indigo, Enterprises, all one word, .com. So it's support at CFIenterprises.com. You can contact both Kathleen and I at that email address. And
well, that's actually, you have to go through me. And what we're going to do is, because we've already had a lot of inquiries, and so we haven't got the questionnaire up, but we're just going to have a questionnaire so we can see if we actually can help you. And so we're going to sort through that, and then I'll give you a call, and then if I think we can help you, then we'll do a conference call.
But the point being is that the email, it doesn't mean I always answer all the emails because I have so much other stuff going.
But I will.
But Kathleen definitely will. But there are some that I do answer because it's a technical question or something like that. But a lot of times, I mean, I'm so busy with doing research and also trying to get other things.
And when he's out in the field, he can't do everything.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's why we're going to have this system.
Okay. Well, thanks again, guys, and great job this week. And this really opened our eyes, the community's eyes, my eyes to what's possible in these cases. So, kudos again for all you guys were able to do. So, at this time, I'm going to go ahead and invite the callers in. If you'd like to join our discussion, *8 is the request to talk feature on your phone, so that you can talk to Kathleen and Levi.
Well, I've been sitting here. It's California, I think, has been waiting for quite a while. I'm trying to find that California, who was number one and has been waiting in line in the queue. And I'm just looking for them. They were right here a moment ago. I think they might have dropped off. Let me see. They've been waiting the whole time. Oh, they must have dropped off. They were number one. Huh. Okay. Well, I'll go back to the sequential order then. Here's number 2, Southwest New Jersey. Yeah. Oops.
This is Peggy in California. I want to thank you guys tonight.
New Jersey. Oh.
Can you hear? Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. You have a question or comment?
I just want to think this has been tremendous. You've brought so much hope to the table for things that are obvious when it's explained simply, and you've done a tremendous job. I hope you're setting precedent throughout this whole nation, like you said, taking it to the Fed as well. I just want to bring up a point where I have been targeted per se.
Well,
And as such, I realize there is an interplay with satellites, and I wouldn't rule it out where they like to rule it out as though it is still government with the satellites. We have to take into consideration, and I'm sure your research, like you said, you just started some of the research in certain areas, the research will prevail that a lot of these companies with satellite fleets are privately, publicly, or publicly-privately partnership owned. So that right there, particularly you're talking about Las Vegas, I know those numerous hotels and casinos, they have their own global, satellite bandwidth up there, and there's potential of figuring out what they're doing, I would think, because I just moved from Incline Village, and owners of those places live there, and I just want to make sure that stays on the table, and I will definitely be in touch with you relative to my circumstance, as I do need legal assistance. I've tried to file stay-away orders. Of course, the judges, I think there's collusion going on. They just toss them out like there's, like, oh, no, that's all government. No, our stuff it's no longer government. These technologies are in the people's hands, and they're using them covertly and criminally. So I want to thank everyone.
You're absolutely right. I know they're using satellites. In my research, I haven't been able to, mind you, I've only been doing research on the satellite. But when it comes to casinos and stuff like that, they have deep pockets, and a lot of the stuff is being sourced out to other people, and I actually think you're absolutely right. I just have to
there's a place called
stuff they're using.
Skyvision in India is one I would look at, and there's numerous ones. You're absolutely right. Deep pockets is the key, and they will quiet justice venues as well with those deep pockets because they're tremendously deep. Also, let's see. I will write you with some other concerns or avenues where I'm just, my heart just goes out to you. God bless you for hanging in there and fighting this fight because it's huge. But they're playing this DOD, everything's classified. It's just BS. You can buy a satellite now for $6,000, and you can program it. These guys program it. They got the money, the deep pockets, and they can program it on a person, target a person. The satellite weighs 2 pounds, and this garbage is out there targeting whomever for whatever reason, and it's not right. It's just not right.
And we are going through that direction. Don't think we're just going to stay. Do you see what I'm saying? We're
going in all the directions of all the different technologies, and even as the technologies change, we'll try to keep up with everything. So.
And here's the really good news. Unfortunately, there's people think there's infiltrators and who's who and who's what. We know who we are. We know we're good. Do you see what I'm saying? There's no question in mind who the other person is. And that gives us a giant advantage because we don't have to be looking over our shoulders. We can just go straight to it.
There you go. Bingo. I love your confidence.
Not only that, but if you really think about it, most TIs aren't perps, and it only takes 1 or 2 people to infiltrate a group that are perps to actually discredit a group. So if you realize that that's the way the government works on these types of things, most TIs and the stuff they've went through and the stuff they've endured, even call them perps it's almost an insult to most of them, So I get kind of mad when I see that on the chat room when people are just so quick to jump on other people that may not have the knowledge or something and try to call them a perp and they're just trying to gain knowledge, really, So, and mind you, we're going to go after every single thing that we can, including satellites, and also keep up with the new technologies that they're coming out with. And another thing that came up yesterday in the tech call was this is something I've seen and I've heard, and part of it's a scam, and I don't want to see other people get scammed by this, but they're worried about having nano implants and stuff like that, and they stopped with the technology they have now, they don't need to implant you with anything, and the technology was advanced to the point by the mid '80s they didn't need to implant you with anything. So
they use code technologies, Russian technologies, that scans your whole body like in a CAD program.
Essentially, it's like they can scan your body like an MRI scanner without you being in the actual MRI scanner now. I mean, they don't need an implant chip to be able to do that nowadays. And
that's where the facial recognition comes in as well. Same tech.
Yeah, but my point being is I've heard of 3 people now that have gone to people and they paid a lot of money to have them turn on some sort of sensor device where they and the thing is they don't realize you can turn up the amplitude or the gain or the volume, whatever you want to call it, and so it turns up the sensitivity, and every organ in your body actually resonates at a different frequency anyway. So if you turn up the meter, it's going to pick up the frequencies of your natural body frequencies. And I just don't want to see other people get scammed by those types of things, where they're paying money to be, you have some sort of implant, when in reality they probably don't, So
I agree. But they are utilizing the medical implants where when they find them in you, they will use them as targets because it's a better antenna. Say you've got, broken bone, we've had a metal insert or something, or for instance, my dentistry was targeted, period. I mean, it was read by voltage meters where they just hit that and they had a ping on me. You know what I'm saying? They had a lock on my body biology from that where I had to take the dental levels out and the teeth.
But the thing is they have they literally, the technology they have out, they can basically stick you in an MRI machine without you actually having to be in an MRI machine nowadays, so.
Absolutely. That's medical research is going on too, where they're doing the remote medicals, remote operation.
Look at Obama. Obama quietly signed into law the whole brain mapping technology law that he passed.
The brain initiative?
To quote unquote help people with disabilities. That wasn't to help people with disabilities. That was to control people. The main reason to do that is to control people's thoughts and control people's minds and figure out.
I can tell you who financed that. I just got out of Incline Village. I can tell you.
Okay, guys, we have to. There's a lot of people waiting to talk.
Let's move on. Yeah, I put my email out there. If you want to email questions like that, go ahead.
I found the California who was number 1, I believe. Oops, wait a minute. Hang on, I accidentally hit it again. Sorry. Welcome, California. You had a question. California.
Hi, this is Rodney in Orange County. Can you give me your email address? It was the support one. I didn't quite hear you.
Are you on the
I'm in Orange County.
Yeah, I'm just saying, are you on the chat room or not? Because I can type it in on that room if you're right there. I can type it in real quick for you.
I just pop along on the Saturday and join. I don't really join anything else.
Support? Yeah, you got a pen?
Yeah, I'm writing. Support, yeah?
Support at C as in Charlie, F as in Frank, I as in Indigo, Enterprises, all one word, .com. So it's support at CFIenterprises.com.
That's fabulous. Thank you very much, and congratulations to you both. I'm absolutely over the moon, and I'm very optimistic for the future for everybody. Thank you very much for sharing it with us.
The win for everybody is what it's for.
And that was the purpose.
Yeah, it wasn't just for us. So.
Okay. And thank you, Kathleen. Thank you very much. Thank you both. Bye. Bye.
Okay, thank you, Bernie. Okay, next caller, please.
All right, we have a Galilee Devin.
Oh, yes, hi. This is Ken in Utah, and this question is for Levi. I commend you and Kathleen for all that you've achieved so far. This is some of the best exciting news that the TI community has ever had. But let me ask you a question, and you can correct me if I'm in error in my thinking. And granted, I don't know all the details of what has happened. But unless the restraining order is permanent or the perpetrator is convicted, I don't see anything solid yet has happened in the court. I understand that the restraining order was granted, but it kind of sounds like the judge is still in the speculation phase. And so my question would be, what law has the judge cited to use for electronic harassment?
Okay, first of all, he cited a rule, Civil Code 232 and 233, as where when it was passing judgment, but it is actually a permanent restraining order. The thing was the defense attorney, the only thing he's trying to argue is how long the permanent restraining order will be in effect for. And mind you, it can be in effect for up to 7 years. And so what the guy's going to try to do is he's going to try to argue that it should only be in effect for maybe 6 months to a year. However, I'm going to go to court with Kathleen as well, and we're going to still take measurements and whatnot.
Broken and other TIs.
Yeah, and while we're waiting to go to the court again. But the point being is, going back for evidence will just solidify the fact that it'll be, at least a 3 to 5 year restraining order. And that being the case, if he breaks it in one form, all she has to do is call the police and file a report. They'll actually go arrest him and throw him in jail.
It's a conditional. It's a restraining order, but it's conditional. It just means they get to rebut.
Yeah, and the only thing that the defense attorney was going to rebut was how long the restraining order was going to be in effect for.
Okay, did the law that you mentioned does that how is that mention electronic harassment? I'm trying to find out how is he going to pin this down solid, the judge, so that the restraining order.
Question, because a lot of people says there in the penal code. There's nothing on. I've asked this judge, because don't forget this was my 8th time before him. I asked him 3 different times, and he said, don't worry, because there's no penal code for electronic harassment. And he said, do not worry, it falls under technology.
Yeah, and the thing is when they write down the conditions of the restraining order, obviously they write down you can't come within 100 yards of the person. Secondly, you can't have any contact with the person, meaning, and you can't harass them. But thirdly, I've seen this on my own because I've put a restraining order on somebody before, but it says specifically cannot contact or harass individual via any electronic means, meaning cell phone, meaning text messages, meaning in his case microwave transmissions, any electronic means. So that means anything that has to do with electronics and harassing, it falls under that.
Okay.
And it's actually written into the restraining order.
And I, like I said, I asked the judge 3 times because a lot of people have said, well, there's no laws, there's no. It falls.
And I can actually tell you, if he breaks that, the penal code section in California falls under penal code section 273 subsection D, and that's the breaking of a restraining order. And if you break a restraining order, the first is 2 to 3 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine, plus the person that you broke the restraining order against can go after you civilly as well. So
okay, so let me ask you. So the restraining order is right now is just in a more or less temporary, probable, hoping to be a permanent ruling, but right now it's just in a temporary holding pattern stage. Is that correct?
Ruling, the thing is that, like I said, the defense,
it's an attorney trick.
Yeah, the defense lawyer.
It's an attorney trick.
It's a permanent restraining order. The defense lawyer just reserved the right at the next hearing because, mind you, it was 4:15 in the afternoon and it was getting late in the afternoon and we had to wrap this up. He said that he reserves the right to argue about how long the length of the restraining order can be. So what he's going to try to argue is stick it the least amount of time. And mind you, the judge can rule for up to 7 years a restraining order be in effect, but normally they put a restraining order into effect for 3 to 5 years. So the defense lawyer, all he can argue is to try to lessen the actual permanency of the restraining order. So,
okay, well, that's good. That's solid because that means the restraining order is fact. Just the amount of time is still being disputed. Let me ask you this. Do you know what would be required to get a conviction on this guy for what he's already done? What would have had to transpire? Would law enforcement would have had to supplement, be a witness with your expert testimony, or what?
Well, the way Kathleen went about doing that is actually a proper way. But getting a restraining order is the first thing, and if he breaks that restraining order in any way, shape, or form, and I catch a data set on it, all he has to do is call the sheriff's department. They come out, they take a report, and then they go directly over to his house and arrest him and put him in jail. And that's what it boils down to, because once he breaks that restraining order, it becomes a criminal offense.
Okay, well, obviously he can do like a baton trick and pass what he's doing to another neighbor.
Yeah,
and
he can do a baton trick, but the thing is no other neighbor around here unless they turn their satellite dishes around or something like that. He's the only one that has satellite dishes pointed at her house. So that being the case, and even if I don't think he's that friendly with any other. What you have to understand where we're at is really rural. I mean, the closest house that I see is probably a quarter mile away. So I mean, it's where we're at is not city at all, or even the type where you have neighbors, that kind of thing.
It's unincorporated.
Yeah, it's a completely unincorporated area. I mean, when I talk rural, I mean very rural.
Okay, well, I think big progress has been made. I think there's something that we're going to have to learn about pinning these perpetrators to being charged with a crime. In other words, the guy, he basically just gets a slap on the wrist as far as I'm concerned, a restraining order.
That's what's so amazing. This is what slays me and has from the very beginning, because he could have gotten completely out of this had he just not shown up. Now he's opened himself up to all these felonies. It's insane. But, that's what sociopaths do, is they have less fear than the rest of us. Their whole deal is pulling something over on people. And I know I had a friend that had a sociopath father, and she said he was in jail, and he still thought he was going to get out of it. Mm-hmm. So they have delusions of grandeur.
Okay, well, thank you for answering my call.
We're going to have to move on, but
okay,
thank you. Okay, next caller, please.
All right. West Massachusetts. You've been waiting a long time. Welcome.
Yes. Hi there. My name is Mary, and I'm in Connecticut. And I have a lot of pictures of 4 different kinds of orbs. Are you at all familiar with...
orbs. I've got pictures of orbs, too.
Levi, are you at all familiar with what any of this stuff...
I am. You're talking about plasma balls, and sometimes the orbs can be in different radio frequencies, actually, and you'll see them a lot in infrared. Are you seeing them on cameras, or are you seeing them with a bare eye?
No, I'm seeing them with this is going to sound weird, but I hear them. I hear them when they're activating things,
That doesn't sound weird.
I close my eyes and get them with a digital camera.
Fired up?
Pardon me?
Like a generator being fired up?
Oh, absolutely.
I hear that all the time.
I was going to say that doesn't sound weird at all. Do you actually see them with your naked eye, or do you see them with...
No, I don't. I hear them, and I pretty much close my eye and follow my ear, and I get them.
That same trick they tried to pull on me. When they did it to me in Las Vegas, they did it to me for about they gang-stalked me for about 7 or 8 months, and I actually got to the point where I just actually would pull the over and around the car because they'd switched different cars, you know. And I made a fool out of one guy I caught him on the radio, and he was in a, quote, tow car, which doesn't exist, but that's a whole other story. But they were doing this thing to me where every time I was closing my eyes, I was seeing red flashes and then black. It would go red, black, every single time for 2 months. I was seeing this. And normally when I close my eyes, just on a normal basis, I see what people call a third eye or whatever, but I see kind of like a blue out of my third eye. But when I was closing my eyes for 2 months, it was like a flashing red and then black, red, and every single time I closed my eyes. So that I've actually witnessed that, and I've seen that, and I think what that is when they're using the microwaves to try to actually implant visuals into your head or something like that. What they get is a lot of times they get what's called the feedback loop. So if they can't actually implant the pictures in your head, they can actually do things like create colors or create some people create the images, but in my case it was drive me almost insane by the fact of flashing red and black every time I close my eyes. So yeah, I do know exactly what you're talking about. And I know what technology they were using on me in Vegas, but I don't know what technology it may be the same. Well, it could be different technologies that can do the same thing. But in Connecticut, what I would be doing, I would pull up on the internet. I would pull up where military bases are located and see if there's anything near your house.
I have military right next door to me. Retired.
There you go. That's it right there.
State police, retired Hartford, Connecticut State Police or city police who's now working for my town police. Active military next door. They've been all over me. 3 years. That
right there, that kind of solves where it's coming from right there.
Absolutely, but there are other neighbors that are extremely involved, have been since square one. I've got different things coming for their homes at me outside, and I'd really like to work with someone and also with the R&D group with this, but I'm very scared of retaliation because I'm tired. They put me through breast cancer and everything. I'm tired.
The main things they try to do, they try to take the fight out of you, and you get to the point where you I got to that point too, and there was times where I just lay in bed and go, good God, why me? Like seriously, but I know what you mean. They try to take the fight out of you, and
well, I'm Irish. They're not going to take that out of me, and they're not going to
I'm Irish.
Because I am
Irish. They're not going to take the fight out of me. I'll fight until I have no more breath in me to fight.
But you know what, Mary? I decided I'm 65, and I decided that if I'm going to go down, I'm going to go down fighting. That's because they're going to try to kill me anyway.
I was on a technical call last night, and actually we were talking, most of the call was about EMF shielding and actually blocking out those types of signals. And I got an email last night from a lady that wanted to see if I could take pictures around my house, of one of the quadrants I did. And I thought, that's a really good idea, but it would actually be a better idea if I just took a 10-minute video and just showed that,
no, digital camera's the best. Consecutive pictures. You'll start learning where the things are originating from. There are absolutely things put underneath my roof shingles, underneath all around the side of my house, underneath my cedar shingles, and they trap in their yard, in their trees, on their decks. I mean, you wouldn't believe how they have me surrounded. It's unbelievable.
And not only that, I mean, they can use resonance. Some people call it acoustics, but they can bounce it off of other things. They can use resonant frequencies to get you to. But what I will do on the website, which I wanted to do, and mind you, in the next 2 weeks, our website, there's going to be a ton more of information on there. It's just I was just trying to get something there for people to be able to contact us as well as.
That's great, Levi. Mary, we'll have to move on. We have more people waiting to ask questions. Thanks for your question.
We have
next caller, please.
We have Strider 22. Go ahead.
Hi, you guys. Thanks so much for your work. It's really making a lot of positive ground. Just to ask a few questions for everybody in the group that would probably like to know the details of how you blocked what's coming out of the smart meter was to use a copper tape type of a thing covering the whole glass, and then to use basically like a cable TV coaxial wire, and the outside of the wire is a braided metal, and you didn't connect that to anything, but the center wire, being the signal wire, you taped onto the copper, ran that to a separate ground rod, not hooked up to anything to house power, and then you covered over the smart meter with a layer of self-sticking aluminum tape?
Almost, but the way I did it, you can buy, it's copper flashing. It comes in a 8-inch wide by a 25-foot roll. It's about $15 to $20 at Home Depot. And on the back side, it's got a peel-off paper. And what you do is before you peel it off, you wrap it around, and then you can cut it with scissors. I mean, that's how thin it is. But copper always is positive charged. It's just the nature of copper. It always has a positive charge to it. So after you make sure you get it all the way up on the smart meter on the glass, but all the way up to where it's touching the metal of the actual where the meter's out of, and then you wrap it around, and then you take the backing off, so you stick it around the whole entire smart meter and cover it, and then you'll have about 2 or 3 inches that come off the front end, and then you cut. The way I do it, I just make 4 cuts all the way down to where the smart meter turns over. Then I just fold the copper over so it completely covers the front of the smart meter, and then they sell 4-inch wide rolls and 6-inch wide rolls of aluminum tape. But the kind that I use is the kind that has a neoprene backing that you peel off and it sticks on there. And before I take the coax cable and ground it out, I actually wrap all the whole entire copper with the aluminum tape, and then in the front I just go around the front with the aluminum tape, and that actually you can take a microwave meter afterwards. You'll get absolutely no signal from the smart meter, but then you take a coax, which is just cable wire, and you cut about 2 inches off each end of it, and so you're leaving the shielding in place, and you're cutting through the thermoplast and cutting through the shielding, but you're getting down to the signal wire, which is made out of copper, and you tape that onto the aluminum on the smart meter, and then you run it down to a 2-foot independent ground rod that I ran into the ground, and with the other piece of copper from the coax cable, you clamp it to the ground rod, and that way the shielding from the coax won't allow anything to come in, and it also grounds out any microwaves that may come through the smart meter. It'll ground them out anyway, but then anything that's coming at the house, it'll ground out as well. So works really well.
It works unbelievably. It went from off the charts to zero.
Right. This is very important.
The ground wire to it, yeah. It goes from off the chart to zero. So.
And basically what he's explaining is that this braided metal wire is making a shield over the top of the wire that's in the center, which is separate. It's not hooked up to the outside wire. So it's like taking a little pinpoint, like a needle, and undo some of the braiding and get it out of the way, because you don't want the braiding to touch anything. Then when the microwaves, anything external too, hits that, it's going to go nowhere, but it's going to protect the center wire. Is that correct, Levi?
It'll protect the center wire, but it also, if it does somehow penetrate, it's going directly to your ground. Because just like any electricity, any EMF electricity, magnetism and electricity are the same thing. It's always going to find its quickest way to ground. So even if it does somehow get to that center wire, it's going to go to the ground first.
That's great. And you're verifying that to zero with a tri-field meter, correct?
And it's off the chart. If you take a tri-field meter, put it on the microwave setting, and you can go 12 inches away from a smart meter, it'll peg off the charts.
Exactly.
And even before you put the ground wire on, but after you put the copper shielding and then the aluminum tape around it, it goes to literally zero after that. I mean, there's no reading on the tri-field meter whatsoever.
Right. And in actuality, the neoprene self-sticking on the aluminum is non-conductive, so you're actually isolating so that the copper doesn't actually touch the aluminum, correct?
Yeah, you're actually, in reality, you're making a giant capacitor is really what you're doing, but you're absolutely right. The neoprene is an insulator, but if you look at the way a capacitor works, or what they used to call condensers, it's the same exact concept. What you're doing is you're putting copper, which has a positive charge, and then you're putting aluminum on the outside, but you have an insulator in between. Aluminum has a negative charge. Now,
hey guys, you really
okay, yeah,
we'll
move on.
losing people in the audience with all the technical stuff.
Well,
I mean, that's why you guys have the technical call.
This is a very important thing, because this is a cheap way for everybody to reduce some of what's coming through. And the reason is that these smart meters are relaying a pulse through everybody's house down through the neighborhood. Every 22nd house is a master relay that's putting off the equivalent of a cell phone tower. The more people that do this...
I agree with that. It's just the thing is we don't have to know how it happens. But and Neil, there's so many people waiting to talk.
I know. I'm not asking this for myself. I'm letting Levi put out what everybody can do to help reduce.
Yeah, let me just say this real quick, then we'll move on. The thing is number one, this is a less than $50 thing that you can do to actually completely get rid of the microwaves coming from your smart meter. But number two, I guarantee you they don't use what they call it. Anytime they claim anything smart or good for you or whatever, they'll lie. But second of all, I've had mine done for 2 years, and I guarantee I've never had anybody come up to my house saying we can't get a reading. So them claiming that they're getting the reading from their smart meter is a lie, because there's no way there's any microwave signal being generated that they could pick up from my smart meter. So they're getting it directly from the box itself somehow through the line, but they're not getting it through they're not getting it through driving by my neighborhood taking measurements. I'll tell you that much.
Okay, and I just want to say that we'll probably come back to everybody, but we just want to get people's initial questions, and then we'll have more of a discussion later. Okay, Karen, if we can have the next caller, please.
Did Snowbert get a chance to talk yet? That person was next in line.
I did not.
Hello.
And I'm actually pronounced Snobert.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all right.
Welcome.
Yeah, I actually have 2 questions regarding the lawsuit.
Sure.
Like, what type of court did you file the lawsuit in, and what type of lawsuit was it? Was it a civil suit or was it a criminal suit? And was it a federal, state, or local court that you filed in?
It's a civil suit, and it was filed in a civil court in Joshua Tree, but civil court is the same thing as superior court. So basically it's still a state court, but it's just that it was a civil case heard in superior court in California, so in the county of San Bernardino.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Robert. Okay, next caller, please.
Hang on. I think we have the Southeast Missouri waiting quite a while. Southeast Missouri, welcome.
Yes, this is Jeremy from Missouri. I had a question for Levi.
Sure.
I had a question about your detection equipment. Did you, what type of equipment were you using to detect the square wave and the sawtooth wave?
I started out with a tri-field meter when I was doing my initial detection. Then I moved to an RF spectrum analyzer, and so the RF spectrum analyzer you can take a whole readings and then plug it into your computer, and also it has you can take the readings from that. But the way we were doing it, we were just taking a video of it. But the spectrum analyzer would show the telltale signs of the square microwave as well as a sawtooth microwaves, and then it also showed the telltale signs of when radio waves were coming through too. So I mean, that was one of the more sensitive pieces. And then I used another meter called a Goolib, and that actually you can run it.
What was that called?
Goolib, and what you can do is you can set it to different frequency ranges, and it actually starts just going through the different frequencies, and it picks up every frequency it starts encountering. And you can actually press the button, and when you hit a frequency, like for instance, 6.28 hertz was coming up a lot, and that's actually a direct correlation of one of the frequencies that causes depression. And then I was also hitting a 10.83, which is one that causes anger as well as outbursts, stuff like that. And so I was catching a lot of that. But then I was also catching between 11 and 13 a lot, which is when they're doing that, they're trying to do sleep deprivation. Those are and mind you, when they're doing it, like I said, every person resonates at a different frequency. So when they're doing it, they generally are doing it in frequency ranges. So because each person resonates at a different frequency, so they have to hit the right frequency for you. But the point being is these frequencies are well known with the effects of what they do. So I was using that, and then I used the ELF/EMF reader, which is basically reading milligauss and Teslas, and that I have to say I have to say that particular meter, it's a great meter for what it's for, but for the actual I use Andrew. It's called an Andrew Nino, and what that is just it's a spectrum meter, so it starts going through frequency ranges and it starts stopping when it hits certain frequencies that it picks up. So I used about 4 or 5 different types of meters, but each one being a bit more sensitive than the previous. But the two that were the most effective was the RF spectrum analyzer and the Goolib meter. Those two were the ones that really got the signals and also showed the square waves as well.
All right. I have an RF spectrum analyzer, and I just was wondering how you were seeing the square waves in the sawtooth. Do you demodulate it, or how? can you just tell by the signal spike, or?
You could see it in the signal spikes. When you get the signal spikes, it comes out as perfectly square signal spike. That it's just background RF or anything like that. But when it comes in as a radio frequency, it looks like a regular wave, a sine wave. But when they were coming in as a microwave, they were coming in and looking exactly like square waves. And then when they were coming in as sawtooth, they would come in with a flat front, and then they would gradually taper off at the back end, and that's a telltale sign of a sawtooth wave.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Jeremy.
A free program that everybody can download. It's called a tone generator analyzer. You can get it from cnet.com for free, and you can download it, and you can actually look, and you can change from a sine wave to a square wave to a sawtooth wave to see what all of them look like, and you can change the frequencies too, so you can see what the different frequencies sound like as well.
Could you repeat that, please?
Oh, it's called a tone generator analyzer. And it's a download from cnet.com.
Okay, Karen, next caller, please.
Georgia, go ahead.
Oh, hi, thank you. Thank you very much. Lisa, I have a quick question for you, please. I went out to California. There's a gentleman that will test TIs, and he's worked with people from all over the world, and he's got military equipment. And so when I was in California, when I was laid in bed at night, he ran the military equipment to see what the origin of my hips were. And they all came up satellite. He ran this military...
Can I ask what his name was?
Roger.
Yeah, he's one of the guys I was talking about earlier all he was doing was taking your money and turning up the meter, and everybody came back positive.
There's a reason I didn't use it.
That's why I was trying to tell people not to go about doing that kind of stuff, because it's a scam, and I don't want people be scammed out of money, because it's bad for everybody involved. So
so everything he does is bogus?
The thing is the actual the concept is sound, but if you look at the actual meter, you can turn up the gain on it, and when you turn up the gain on it, all you're picking up is your actual bioelectric feedback from your own body generating whatever hertz that it's closest to whatever organ is in your body. So I hate to break it to you, but that's why I bring that up earlier. I don't want to see people have to go through that and spend money on something that's not going to, it's giving them a false sense of hope.
Oh, okay. So with these meters you're talking about, can you set them up to run and maybe videotape them while you're sleeping so you can...
Absolutely. Run them all night if you want. The biggest factor you have on them is they run off batteries. So if you don't mind buying 9-volt batteries, or you can even buy rechargeable 9-volt batteries, you could run them all night and videotape them all night and see what goes on. The thing is, with the spectrum analyzer, you could run it all night and not even videotape it. Just download off your from the one side. You can plug in a USB port and then plug in your computer. It comes with software, and you can just look at it through that, and you can look through that the whole entire night within the matter of a couple minutes. So.
Oh, and that would kind of give me an idea where my hits are coming from, or what type of technology. I'm sorry, Levi. That would give me an idea of what type of technology is being used against me.
Yeah, if you pick up the telltale signs of a square wave, because it'll look like a square, so you know that's a microwave. And then if you pick up a wave that has a front that's perfectly flat, but the back end goes down like an angle, that's a sawtooth wave. That's also a microwave. But if you pick up waves that go up and down like a regular wave should, then those are radio waves, and I wouldn't worry about it. You can also pick up signal. Those things are so sensitive. You can pick up cars driving down the road because the spark plugs in a car actually generate EMS signal. You can pick up the EMS signal from cars. It's funny.
Oh, okay. I'm starting to get attacks on my eyes and like these hot little coals attacking my eyes.
Yeah, that's a telltale sign of a microwave. That's one of the telltale signs of actual attacks from microwaves, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
I have a link of that on my website about microwave sickness and what the actual signs are. And one of the big ones they attack is your eyes and also your ears, your eyes, and your nose as well. They can cause allergies and stuff and nose problems as well.
Is there anything on your site about how to protect your eyes from the microwave?
Not yet. I'm still trying to figure out things to do that for those types of things. But like I said, it'll be more up and running in the next 2 weeks. It's just that I've been so swamped this last couple weeks that and plus my computer went down. I just finally got it back all up and running. So finally I got the front page working and a few links. But other than that, the email link work and a couple other links, but I haven't gotten everything up and fully running yet. So.
Okay, thanks so much for your question. Next caller, please.
California, go ahead.
Hi, this is Alec from San Francisco, Lafayette. I know many of my perps by chance, and I've figured them out as well, and I've known some of them personally, and they are in law enforcement and up, with the DND, etc. So I know that, the government is definitely involved with this. But my question is, yeah, for sure. My question is regarding to the satellite thing. I was stabbed in the leg by the police in Contra Costa County, and then they had a cop with a gun in the hospital sleeping next to me. And then afterwards,
protect.
Yeah, so he was dressed in a hospital gown and had an old .38 placed under the cot. So afterwards I left Northern California to Southern California, and I was just basically living on the street, but it didn't matter where I went. I was still getting V2K'd and silent sound.
Torture. It doesn't matter where they can get you.
Right. And I noticed this again because I met another TI, and this person I just got back from a slight road trip, and it didn't matter where I went, in what direction or anything like that. I was still getting, V2K or silent sound.
I'm moving out of Vegas and moving to a place that was so rural that they wouldn't get me anymore. No, that was a big mistake on my part. But no, we just went on a road trip up north. They were getting me the whole time.
And I'll tell you, I was stunned. I hadn't been out and about that much for a long time, and the amount of cell towers. And we'd be driving along, and I go, "Oh my God, I'm getting hit!" But we go over a hill, and there'd be a cell tower. Oh my God! Law
enforcement's involved in it, and it's funny you mentioned Contra Costa County because I used to live in Concord, so I'm from the Bay Area. So I went to UC Berkeley and I bought my first house in Concord. That's funny. So you're in Southern California now?
Oh, I'm in Lafayette. I just went on a road trip, so I'm just kind of trying to figure out whether or not. I mean, there's the Gwen towers, there's the cell phone towers. And radar, you said, and then there's also satellite. And I'm wondering what, and this happens to me when I'm in elevators, and it happens to me when I'm on the BART train underneath the bay. I still get tortured by them.
Travel through any substance. They can, like, for instance, you think under the bay in the BART tunnel you're safe. No, microwaves the way they're shaped. That's why that place.
多少分钟整个电话计划
Sorry, what?
I didn't. Wasn't.
No, they're so audacious that when the first time we went to court on this, Anthony Guan was with me, and we both started getting hit in court.
Right, and that's what I know they would do to make you seem discredited or like a mental patient.
And that's
like
what
that.
they try to make you seem mentally unstable or mentally unhinged when there's nothing wrong with you mentally at all. And
right.
And the thing is that way they can try to discredit you, because it's real easy to get dismissive to somebody that they call crazy, right? But the problem is these people are. Then all of a sudden, you're getting all this stuff. Now you're not crazy. Was your question is how do they hit you, or how do they find you, or
well, how are you going to be able to prove that it's a satellite or a Gwen tower? Because I also, I have the remote or the localized equipment as well in my area, but I also know that when I go out somewhere else, it doesn't matter where I go. How is it possible to prove whether it's a satellite or, and I'm pretty sure I'm chipped too, but or whether it's the Gwen tower, like what are they using, and then how to be able to prove that.
I'm doing a lot of research on right now. Like I said, I know of at least 8 different technologies that they use, and like I said, a lot of times they use multiple technologies in tandem.
Exactly.
So it's not necessarily just one technology they're using to hit you. A lot of times they're using multiple technologies to hit you, and so the thing I really commend Neil about doing and talking with me about is and it's definitely a great idea to come up with, is all the technologies that we know about, and because each one of them has a little bit different symptoms, right? But you can also put together the different symptoms to see if you're getting hit by multiple different technologies. And once we can get that database together, then we'll be able to help with shielding and also figuring out how people are getting hit and how they're, whether switching, to different types of technology, or if they're using multiple technologies at the same time, or like when, for instance, like you go on a trip, all of a sudden they're using a different technology when I'm going on a trip than they do when I'm normally just where I live, right? So that in the case, it's kind of like you gotta kind of figure out what technology they're using, and then be able to know how to fight it from there, because that it really, knowledge is power, and once you know all their stupid little dumb tricks that they play, their stupid little lame games, then you're able to fight against it, and once you know their lame games and being able to fight against it, that's really strong. So anyway, I hope that answers your questions, and the more knowledge I get, the more I'll put out there for you. So
okay, that's great.
Okay, thanks a lot, Alex.
Thank you.
Okay, next caller, please.
North Central New York, you're next.
Hi, this is Sharon. Thank you, folks. Hi, Derek. And
hi, Sharon.
Hi. What an extraordinary call. What an extraordinary light on our issues. Beyond what we could imagine, rapidly unfolding.
It's all God-related. It was from the moment the judge walked up and said, I've heard of this, on down. It's just been, I'm telling you, we're blessed now. We're on our way to freedom. And God is leading us there.
I pray that's the case. Everything I'm listening to resonates in me with positive good. And I thank you both for standing alongside of us. And it's not just about you. It is about a world that's being hit with this stuff in many nefarious ways. And what you're saying to me really resonates. But moving along, my question, and I thank you for persevering and not giving up in spite of how they slandered you and attempted to harass you. And I pray the end of what you're going through right now continuously will also be managed under the guise of the court. because what you've done is
opened
yet another door for us where it's been recognized and it's been identified as electronic harassment. This is critical. So, with that said,
proven.
And not only that, it's not only critical, but it's proven. So that means that, you know, it wasn't just for us, it was for every TI out there, meaning that, you know, this is provable, and on top of it, you know, we were able to prove it being done, but that shows that every TI out there that, you know, they're not crazy. This is really happening,
Exactly.
you know?
Yeah, I never thought I was, frankly.
No, also part of the equation here, if you will, is that you had a judge that was familiar with the technology.
He just heard, I think. And
he wasn't familiar with the technology. That's why when I was in court, I was terms,
Sorry?
but he didn't know a lot about the technology, so I had to be able to explain it in layman's terms to him. But once he understood what the possibilities of it were, he totally understood that it's completely logical, and everything pointed to the guy that was doing it. So.
And he's an older judge, so he's been around.
Yeah.
You know, he he's looking out for his legacy. You know, he was a good and fair judge.
Yeah, he
has been from the very day one. 8 times in court, every time he's been fair.
Yeah, I've never heard anything bad about the judge, and I've only lived here a couple of years. But I mean, I've actually went in front of him to get a restraining order, and the thing is what I've seen is he's nothing but fair. And he also tries to keep the law number one. He doesn't try to let people get railroaded or anything like that.
Exactly.
He tries to keep.
Like the attorney tried to railroad us with his lie about getting our evidence in.
Well, I actually had Kathleen. That was before I got booted out of the courtroom, but I had Kathleen object and wrote down what to object about. And well, I know, but the judge sustained the objection because he realized that the guy was perjuring himself. So
exactly.
So anyway,
it's a
did you have
beautiful
another question?
unfolding. Yes, I do. It's a beautiful unfolding, ordained. Thank God.
Exactly.
Yeah. And mind you, I go to church every week, and I'm very God-fearing.
Too, and we're just awed, actually, of all the things that have happened to us and how we've been led, and just the experiences that have shown us that we're on the right path. It's just been incredible.
What a breath of fresh air from heaven.
So that's why I said, this isn't just for Kathleen. It's for every TI out there. But
we've all been praying for this. We've all been praying, and I've always said, if they're using the technology, there is a way to prove it. There is.
Well, I explained it to a lady that came to court with us. I said, I tried to figuring out what it was all about, and she couldn't figure out target her. But I said, what it was it's kind of like they built a big rat maze, and then they realized they didn't have any lab rats, so they decided to go out and get a bunch of lab rats and stick them in the rat maze and see what happens.
Sure.
And so you're getting paid to get those lab rats.
Well, it's very serious. Children are involved. It's just
children are
humanity. Anyway, I have a question real quick. I did attempt to escape this, and there are others of us that have. I left the country. I went to Lebanon. I went to Dubai, and I still had the V2K.
The problem
is France.
Supposed to be South America, supposed to be the best.
I was going to say the problem is Russia's got 5 of the HARP technologies plus tons of radio telescopes, as well as China, and you've got them in Saudi Arabia as well. So even going overseas, they can still target you just as well as they can here. And I know this is an international thing. It's not just a one government thing. I know they're all involved in the same thing.
Well, we know that because we're affiliated with a whole bunch of other groups all over the world. But apparently South America has the least technology, so if you're going to move, that's a place to move to.
I don't recommend moving there. I've been to South America 7 times, and if you like crapping in a hole, then you would have no hot water. You'd love every country there.
But you wouldn't be a GI.
So anyway.
Yeah, no, not really, but I heard them on the airplane too. 35,000, 50,000.
Oh yeah. You would think you're in a big giant Faraday cage, right?
Right.
That's satellite hitting you there. I know that for a fact. That is
what it is. Okay, I just needed that confirmation. That's what I thought. That's what it is. I'm also tagged. I get the V2K, and it's completely devastated my family. 13 years now. So
oh yeah, it ruins us. I mean, I've lost over $200,000 in this whole fiasco. Plus, you get a master gunsmith. I had a huge gun collection. I mean, really nice firearms that were worth a lot of money, and to only have all of them stolen from me, and then the cops wouldn't even do anything about the guns being stolen and stuff. And then it's just ridiculous.
I have the same situation here. The authorities are involved. No doubt.
Oh yeah, the authorities were actually happy that that all my guns got taken from me. It's like give me a break. These things are worth a lot of money. But
all right,
anyway.
You're on the road. You're on the road to positive, great things for the rest of us, and we are clinging to you. So Godspeed and God's blessing.
That's what I said. We're trying to help as many TIs as possible. That's what the goal is.
And that was my motivation through this year of constant court appearances. Was that whenever I got down, I just think you're helping everybody else. You got to help everybody else. You can do this. You can do this.
And even when Kathleen and I started the investigation, I told her, I said, if this works out and stuff, I really want to be able to help other people that are, experiencing the same type of stuff, because I'm sick of it, and they've been doing it to me for 7.5 years, and I know there's people that have been going through it for 15 years, and just what they've done to me.
Their lives. People have lost their lives.
I know. Yeah, people have
thought about doing the big thing. We all have. I think at one point or another we've all thought about, let's just get this over with. It's enough.
Oh yeah, it's gone through my head before. I know that.
And so that is our main. We are exactly on the same page as far as helping everybody, and we're not going to stop.
Thank you for your compassion, and I thank Derek for his perseverance as well through all of this. He has managed to pull together a site, a cohesive site with human beings, individuals. I can actually talk to TIs now in my own community. Thank God. Thank God.
Thank you, Sharon.
That's bittersweet, but thank God.
Thank you, Derek. Absolutely.
And thank you both.
People are asking for the case number. Can you give the case number to everybody for a reference?
FAMS, FAMS, 1400. I don't remember the last thing of it. Sorry. I'm pretty good about remembering most things, but like I said, I'm not perfectly on everything.
I'll tell you what, we'll put it on the site.
Yeah, I'll put it on our website. I'll put it because I plan on putting the report I wrote along with the references and also a copy of the restraining order, which will have the case number on it.
And you'll see the whole restraining order.
Yeah, you'll see the whole restraining order with all the stipulations and stuff on it as well. So
we'll appreciate that. Is there a range for the spectrum analyzer that you used to confirm the dish that was pointed in the wrong direction towards her?
A range in the spectrum analyzer?
Neil, I want to do the technology of it only because I don't want to tilt any hands.
Yeah, okay. The thing is the spectrum analyzer actually would find it wasn't a range. I mean, it had its own range, I guess. But the thing is,
was signal.
Yeah, it would catch the signal more so than the actual range, so to speak, if you know what I mean.
Right. It's just for people to realize if they can download apps or get things like the SDR that you can plug into a USB port of a laptop and actually do some of their own, portable handheld homework to find where some of the horizontal-based sources are coming from.
Yeah.
So we can put this in more people's hands.
Okay, Karen, I can't really see the board. Are there many more callers waiting to...
I think it was North Georgia next. Did North Georgia go yet?
Hello?
Hi. Are you North Georgia?
Go ahead.
Hi. Yes. I have a question. I'm going through an exotic form of targeting, and my limbs have shortened. My neck, my arms, my thighs have shortened. Sometimes they get back to size, but basically they're shortening. I don't know how to counteract that. I don't know how this is being done, but I've measured, I've taken a camera video and I measured myself, after, my limbs were shortened, and I remeasured myself, and the change is very drastic.
I would go to the doctor and have that documented if I were you.
I went to a doctor. He says he doesn't notice any difference, and he says there's no such thing. He says you have to be in an accident, you have to have some deformity, and I'm not getting any help.
I actually know the technology behind it, and that's actually pulse microwave frequencies being generated at your whole body. And what happens, for instance, when they learned this back in the 60s when Moscow was beaming everybody in the Moscow, the American embassy in Moscow, with microwaves in their head. And mind you, they were switching out the people every 18 months, but everybody died of cancer or leukemia that worked in the office, and over the course of 20 years. But I mean, we're talking, they didn't realize what was going on for 5 or 6 years. But the thing is when they're beaming microwaves at you, what happens is you're like, for instance, if they're beaming them at your head, your brain actually swells inside your head because the microwaves are actually cooking you. So your brain actually feels like it's bulging out of your head. And so after, it's funny, it only takes 3 minutes of microwaves, but then it takes up to 8 hours of that 3 minutes of microwaves in order for your body to go back to normal without any other microwave signals. So if they're beaming your whole body and you're feeling your limbs are shortening and things like that, that means that what it is your muscles are actually basically being pulsed to the point that they're contracting up and they're pushing out into your skin and onto it. And another thing that they target is your joints. Yeah. So you get a lot of joint pain and stuff like that. So that could be why you feel like your limbs are shortening and stuff, even if the doctor says they're not. But the microwave generators, on my site, I actually have it talks exactly about this type of thing, that where they target joints, and it actually, microwaves will cause the muscles to push out against your skin, and it only takes 3 minutes of microwaves, like I said, and it'll take 8 hours before the effects of the 3 minutes of microwaves go away.
Right. Let me ask. I've had like my limbs re-lengthen at one point, and then they shortened it again. Is it possible through this technology, can they regenerate the length back of the limbs back to size?
Well, the thing is the limbs, like, I mean, are you taking like actual measurements of your limbs or?
Yeah. I mean, my limbs are almost like 30. I mean, naturally they're like almost 30 inches long, and now they're about 14. So my hands have.
A doctor hasn't, and you went to a doctor, and a doctor hasn't diagnosed you with something going on?
The doctors, all the doctors, they're all in on it. Many you can go to different specialists. They refuse to take measurements, but I do have pictures. I do have evidence. I mean, I have a friend who notices it off the bat because she says, Well, the thing is, I have a video where I show, I'm measuring myself, and I bring the tape where I start the measurement up to the camera, and then I bring it, so you can see my, what I've measured. And so, like in April, I took a measurement, and now it's drastically short. And the targeters, they have me on this PR campaign and another type of campaign. And if I'm not complicit with it, then they shorten my limbs. If I am complicit with it, they might lengthen or change something back to size. And I just
emergency room and saying your legs are,
What I would suggest is go to it's www.powerwatch.org.uk, and do you have a pen to write that down?
Is it PowerWatch, WATCH?
Yeah, just WATCH.org.uk/health. HEALTH /micro, lowercase, just like microwave, but just micro, _sickness .asp, and that gives you literally all the symptoms of what you're talking about. I mean, what you're talking about, is major, but it talks about the joint pain, but it also talks about what they can do with what I was telling you about with the making your limbs feel ways of that. But it also talks a lot about microwave sickness, and it actually gives charts and graphs. And I would print that paper out. It's about 5 pages long. Bring that with you to the doctor. Also tell the doctor, go to a different doctor too. That's the main thing I would do.
Yeah. Does it hurt? It must hurt.
Well, let me finish.
Sorry.
So anyway, with doing that, I would go to another doctor with that paperwork, but I'd also tell the doctor that there's been over 8,300 American Medical Journal articles written on microwave sickness, and I know that for a fact that there's been over 8,300 articles just on microwave sickness and the effects of microwave sickness, and take that with you in hand and say, look, there's something going on here, figure this out, because obviously if your doctor going to a doctor and they're telling me there's nothing wrong with you, there obviously is. So,
well, the thing is, I live in a populous, state or city, and I am close to homeless now. Practically, I am, and so I don't have the money to go back and forth. And I'm on a government insurance plan, and many of the doctors are specialists. I've seen some of the notes that they've written. It's very slanderous because I've had to say, hey, I've had perfect health up until now. I'm a targeted individual. That means I've been subjected to electronic harassment, and as a result, my body has been, been impacted, and there is data to support that. And their response is, I don't have time for this. I've got patients to see. Take it to the American. Take it to the board. Take it to the overseeing board that monitors the medical practice. And I don't have, I don't have the wherewithal or the time to go to a board, the medical board, to discuss that. That's I'm being railroaded to not deal with this. And the other issue is that if I go ahead and tell a medical practitioner this is going on, then what I have may just stay. And I feel very odd. I feel like a cat in a dog's body. Nearly half my body is all my body has changed, and about 60% of my body remains. I'm a tall person, and I have, I mean, a lot of people know me to be, and now I'm shortening my torso. My torso is definitely short. My stomach is short. My thighs are short. My neck is gone. My neck is short. Even I'm a singer. They've even changed. They changed my larynx. They changed my face. They changed every single thing, and I cannot get help. And every time I present evidence from Derek, I got a letter from Derek. I got a letter from a psychologist. I got a letter advocating on my behalf. They won't accept it, and I've only been a TI for basically a whole year. And I'm 41, and I have 40 years of good health, good standing in my community, and all of these things is happening in the short run. And the people targeting me, they don't care that I have existing MRIs or X-rays that will refute all the stuff that they're trying to now modify and change. And they have me on this ridiculous sex. I'm going to be honest. They have me on a sex campaign where I have to have sex with people to get my body parts back, or I have to go on a ridiculous. They call it filling the gap. Then it's still filling the gap, or I have to go and talk to a lot of people. And I've done a goddamn lot of help for this community. I'm the one who created that little PSA that's gotten about 5,000 hits, and I'm putting it out there. I've talked to police. I've tried to file reports. I've talked to my doctors, gone to emergency room. They're all railroading me.
Well, the only thing I could tell you is download the information I told you, and then the 8,300 medical reports that I know of that are out there that, you know.
When you live in New York City and the population is 8.2 million, and I live in the largest borough in New York City, I live in Queens, and you're talking to a doctor with a waiting room full of people, and he's being paid, and not to, he and a whole bunch of other people are tied into the network. They're not trying to hear that. I will present them with evidence. They don't care.
All right.
They don't believe it. They don't care. I told about Dr. Staniger, Melinda Kidder. They do not care.
Well, there's not much they can really do about that, Jamie. I mean, you can collect your evidence, and do you know exactly who's doing it? And
I live in Queens Village. and I live on 221-21 Braddock Avenue, Queens Village, and I got a guy who lives in 90-06, and he lives across the street from me. I got a couple of people that live across the street from me. I live in a cooperative. They are part of it, and I am being coerced to. I'm being coerced by the police department, by the FDNY, by the EMS, by a lot of public officials to have sex with a lot of people so I can get my body parts back. They care nothing that I have plenty of proof. I've got a DVD where my hands are yay long. Even if you look at I made a follow-up video to the PSA that I made where you could clearly see how long and lengthy my hands are. And now they're as short as someone who's like 4 feet tall.
Okay, well,
I called the Equal Rights Organization to tell them about my situation, and what a joke. They brought me right back to freedom.
Okay, the thing is to me, there's not a lot these people can do because they don't know how these people are doing it, and unless you can present them with some way to identify the perpetrators, there's not much they can do. Hopefully we can get to a place where we would have either Levi or someone with similar qualifications to identify where these frequencies are attacking you, and you can do something similar, like file an injunction. Restraining order against those people.
I could tell you, Derek. After I had some bone growth on my jaw. That was through the targeting. And so I went to a New York City public hospital by the name of Lincoln Hospital in the Bronx, in Morris Avenue. And after I had my surgery in Morris Avenue, my face was tinted. All these changes to my face and my body took place. I mean, they do it on the spot. They modulate everything. I look like, and if you look at the video of me with regard to WPIX, with regard to WPIX channel that did a story on Aaron Alexis, I'm sitting right there in the purple. And then you look at my face in the PSA, it looks
either get a restraining order,
different.
Either get a restraining order or file a complaint against the hospital somehow. But the thing you're going to have to do is get evidence of criminal mischief in this case.
I did, and I talked to the attorney. They won't take it.
Well, they won their case without an attorney.
Say it again?
They won their case without an attorney. You can't go. A lot of times you can't wait for an attorney because it probably won't help you. But
I went to my police precinct. I'm sorry, Derek, but I did go to my police precinct to file a complaint.
We're not talking about a police precinct, Jamie. We're talking about a court case where you actually bring in your perpetrators to court. And that's going to take, a certain amount of evidence gathering on your part and working with people like Levi and developing a case against your perpetrators. No amount of complaints, filing of complaints is going to help you. You're going to have to gather your evidence and take these people directly to court.
But we also have to get her protected. We've got to get some protection for her. Is she using any protection?
I'm like close to fucking homeless. I mean, these people went after me for no reason. I'm going to put my husband on the spot for Dean Kolesnikov. He lives in Besserhurst. He put me on this list. My body is almost I'm almost 70% my size. And I'm coerced to have sex with so many people so I can even function. And at this point, every night, they cut off the nerves. I can't even breathe. I wake up saying they're going to kill me. I mean, this is ridiculous. This has gone too far. Ever since I created that PSA, it's gone too far. Sometimes I look like a fucking animal. This is crazy. And I'm so glad that you guys won in California. But what I'm saying is true. And I try to talk to other TIs and say, roll it, just go with the flow. I can't even get on a bus in New York City on a train without people pointing their devices. I can't even take a job. I get job offers left and right. And every time I try to work, my limbs get shorter and shorter and shorter. I mean, I cannot continue on. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Get your address.
I'm sorry,
to me so
I can't keep my calm because this is crazy. And I'm trying to keep this private, but this has to come out.
Get your
address.
Has to come out. Get your address to me, John Me, so I can send you some protection. I'm sorry, honey. We're doing
221-21 Braddock Avenue, BRADDOCK Avenue, Queens Village, New York, 11427. I live in Bell Park Manor. I live in Bell Park Manor, Queens, New York. My police precinct is 105th.
Okay, slow down a little bit. I got Queens Village, New York. Give me the address part again. I'm going to send something to you.
221-21 Braddock Avenue, B as in boy, R as in rabbit, A as in apple, DDOCK Avenue, Queens Village, New York, 11427.
Okay, got it. Look for a package. It'll be insured and tracked.
I wish my case was only V2K or Gangstalking, but they are attacking me like crazy.
Well, look, I have a very strong feeling that this is radionics that's involved because it's been so extreme with you. And this is a warning to people to not put high pixel quality pictures on the internet. If you see a flash out of the corner of your eye and you see somebody with a camera, get that film deleted because radionics can do things like this. There's holographic overlays and things I'm not going to go over to on a main call. This is our job as a group to protect our people that have done things like her press.
Absolutely. And there's lots of ways of going about this. So, Jamie, Neil, maybe you can work with her and develop some type of strategy for this particular situation.
We will. We'll be sending her something that'll be of some help.
The only thing I could say is, I'm 40 years old. I'm 41, and I've been a target for about a year. It really started heavy in April of last year. They're targeting me so much because I have expertise in intergovernmental affairs, meaning I work with the government to market programs, and I interact with elected officials, staff, and I know how to navigate the system. I know how to get the word out effectively and efficiently. And because I've had very little sexual encounters in my life, because I'm prayerful, because of I don't have a criminal history, and I've been correct. So they've gone after me so hard, and they've coerced me. They've coerced me to do things that is like outside of my nature. And I'm just saying that for those advocates such as me, Neil, and other people, like, we need your help. We need your help. Last year, I almost got a job for about $60,000-$70,000, but someone saw to it that came to an end. And as soon as I became targeted, I contacted Freedom. I found out right away, so I'll tell you my expertise. I contacted Freedom, and in October, I was on WPIX news clip about Aaron Alexis, and in less than a year, I created a little commercial that's getting a lot of hits. So that tells you that I'm proficient at the skill of marketing a program or getting the word out, and so they're after me like crazy. And every night I wake up, I mean, my leg is almost the size of a ruler, and I have thighs that's like 30 inches long. My hands, I have a video that clearly shows my the length of my body, but I'm afraid to put it on the computer because they'll change it. This has to come to an end, and it has to stop. By God Almighty, it has to stop. And they're sick for putting me in there because I can't keep this inside. And I'm coerced to have sex with a lot of people. They have some type of notch-up program. And if I have sex with this person, that person, then some elected official comes up or some celebrity comes up. That's it. So they could swoop me out of this program. That's what this has been all about. And I've had to keep it on the hush. I've never had to talk about this part of it.
Well, this is all true, what she's saying, people. I'm going to have somebody call you, and she's going to ask you for some information and help you. So expect a call from somebody that's in our group that's working on some specific projects.
Okay. Neil is going to have somebody call you, Jamie. We're going to move on, but Neil will be helping you, okay?
Thank you so much.
We love you, Jamie.
Fucking crazy.
Hey, thank you for the question, Jamie. We'll be working with you.
Everybody in the group, send some prayers, send some good thoughts, put light around her. Whatever your belief systems are, send love. Send love.
All right. We have Southeast Arizona waiting patiently in the wings, I believe, unless that was her.
Hello, Arizona. Anybody there?
Yes.
I don't have a question, so just go ahead to the next person, but thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead to the next person then.
Go ahead. Northeast Ohio. Oops, wait a minute. Hang on. Welcome, Northeast Ohio.
Yes, I was needing to ask you to repeat the location of your tone generator again, and then I want to make a statement and ask you if you know about it.
I'm sorry, say that again now?
The page of your tone generator.
The page of my tone generator?
Yeah, what?
Oh, I haven't put it up yet. You have to remember, I only got the front page really running and a couple of the links, so, as well as the email links. And tomorrow I'm going to be putting a bunch more stuff up, as well as the next 2 weeks it should be fully up and running.
Okay. So
specifics on the different types of equipment out there. Not only the types that you can use to detect the equipment, but the types that I've been able to pull up that are actually the generators that they use for microwave pulse generators as well as sweep generators. So I'll put the types of equipment that I know that they use. And like I said, there'll be a whole technology section on the different types of technology out there that'll be, off the front page so everyone can get to it to see the different types of technology. I know of at least 8 that they're using right now. So, I mean, there could be more. And then, I'm always open to ideas of new technology out there. But as soon as I get all that stuff, like the hello? Oh, as soon as I probably in the next day or two, I'll have the types of equipment that we used up, but I'll also have the types of equipment that perps use as well. So if you see that type of stuff, you'll know exactly what you're looking at.
Right. Well, I'm already familiar with some of it, but I guess the next statement is anybody aware of or familiar with Executive Order 13526, Section 1.7, that no matter, from the federal government on down, no matter what level of classification, so top secret on up, NATO classified to secret, and need to know that at any level, the individuals and or government or any of their subcontractors, associates, or agents are not allowed to be involved in fraud, abuse, any type of crime or corruption. And just give me a half a second so you can hear it for yourself.
Could I add one thing on papers being submitted that are classified? Not too many people are paying too much attention to this, but under Executive Order 13526, Section 1.7, this is the executive order that governs classification for the U.S. government. You cannot use classification to cover up a crime, illegality, abuse of any form, or abuse, or fraud, corruption, waste, or embarrassment, and a number of other things. That's all in Section 1.7 of Executive Order 13526.
Got that? So a lot of the stuff is being handled that way.
The only thing is, it's difficult.
Are you talking about whistleblowers, or are you talking about?
I'm talking about these entire programs are all kept hidden from many Americans.
Oh, absolutely.
So they're under different classifications of from need to know to top secret. And under executive order, which is from the president on down, they are not allowed to use any level of that. So that needs...
We know that, but it doesn't mean that they still don't. Do you think they care?
No, I get that. But look, you're moving forward, and congratulations on your work. But the other is to put that as part of these things moving forward, so that at least we have paperwork that says this can't happen. This is not supposed to be happening.
I see where you're going with it. I mean, it's a great idea, but I mean, just in California, I'm thinking of Penal Code Section 98.5, which drops back down to Penal Code Section 96, which states any corruption on in the color of state badge or the color of badge, meaning anyone that works for the government,
right,
and involved in corruption,
right,
like the cops, for instance. And if you can prove that and we all know that, the harassment from the cops and whatnot. But the point being is if they're convicted under that section, they can no longer hold any office in government, whether it be local, federal, state, nor can they ever be an officer for the state or hold any official governmental position for the state, local, or federal government, for that matter.
Right.
So, I mean, just on a state level, without going to, a federal, executive order, has basically the same laws in the state, and even on the state level, if we could prove that on a state level that it's happening, that would be awesome for our cause.
Right, but it doesn't preclude it from happening, and I get that.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this all, the way I've figured it out, it all drops under the umbrella of the Department of Homeland Security, except there's probably 8 or 9 agencies that are directly involved that are governmental agencies,
right.
And yet a lot of times on top of that, just like they hire out crappy
mercenaries and private people, right?
It's like Blackwater to go out and do things that the U.S. Army can't do or the Marines can't do, and they can get away with it scot-free, and plus they get paid, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Don't you think they contract the same stuff out to other agencies to do this because they do it privately?
Again, I found that it's well over $1 billion a year that they are paying to have this done to people.
Yeah, I would say it's more like probably $5 billion.
Right. Well, I guess the question and the statement I have for you is that if you want, you can get a hold of me because I have documentation showing that a great many of the attorneys that would become judges have been highly compromised. And again, I've got documentation that goes across the country, which is the reason why most of us can't get any assistance.
Yeah. Why don't you email them to me so that way it'll be private and they don't have to go public other than to me. But do you have the email address that I gave out earlier?
No, I do not.
Are you on the chat room? I'll write it in real quick for you. If not, if you have a pen.
I'm not right now. No.
Okay. Do you have a pen?
Yep.
Okay. It's support.
Loveport.
Support. Support.
Spell it.
SUPPORT.
Oh, support. Sorry.
At C as in Charlie, F as in Frank, I as in Indigo, Enterprises, all one word, CFIenterprises.com. So it's support at CFIenterprises.com.
Okay.
And yeah, if you email that to me, it'll go no further than me, but I would certainly like to take a look at the information that you have, and then that way also I'll do some research on it as well and see if we can figure out some way to go about a different angle on it, so to speak.
Mhm. Okay.
But yeah, that's great information to have, and if you email it to me, it's not going any further than me, but it also gives me another area of research that I can go down.
Got it.
Okay, Iowa.
I have just a question for Levi or Kathleen real quick about their case. Hi. Good job, you guys. When you found out, you said you found out that the person who was doing this was named Arlo, and that is who you got the restraining order against?
ARO. Yes.
Yeah. Did you have a chance, or did the judge ask who he was working for, or?
He doesn't, but it really doesn't matter because he's the one that's perpetrating it.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right. I agree with that. But I was just thinking.
I truly believe he was probably hired out to do it because he had the equipment to do it.
Exactly.
But can't you make him tell who hired him?
I know at this point, I don't want to take a big.
I understand.
Yeah, it's
you're happy with what you've got, and you don't want to push it, right? Is that right?
I just want to get this one totally done, and then we'll worry about. And I'm not trying to be evasive.
No. I understand. I just wondered if it seems like he's probably doing it to. That's getting up higher and higher. But the
point being is I truly suspect he was hired out to do it, but then after the case was not dismissed but recessed, when I had 4, actually 5, including the actual perp himself, but 5 people literally coming at me in the courtroom, all, basically screaming at me and trying to, like get
some type of group, or it's hard to tell. Some corporation, some government agency.
Well, the thing was it took me a little while. It was later on when we were having lunch, because it was 5 o'clock by that time, so maybe dinner, I guess it was. But I got to thinking about it later on when I was actually repartitioning my computer that night. I thought about it. I go, I've worked in the field for 20 years, and I go, half the time, I'll RDP into somebody else's computer to fix it for them, and that means remote desktop protocol. So that means basically I pull up on my computer everything they have on their computer, just like I was sitting at their computer screen, right? And so the perp himself, he has his equipment hooked up to his computer system. So that gave me an affirmation of sorts that the people that were coming after me in court were part of his whole team of perps. Because, he there's no way he could do that 24 hours a day.
But I think you're right. It's probably not important. It's just great that you got that.
I
wonderful.
saw it happening.
I have a different take on it. I think I think this originated with they're trying to get around Edison, and they're using the microwave generator for some kind of hot and cold. And I think a whole bunch of them are doing this. But he is also hitting me. And he's addicted, and I think his wife is also.
Wait. What do you mean, get around Edison?
Well, I think they're using some kind of device for hot and cold.
Well, microwaves can do that, but I mean, what do you mean, get around Edison?
So they don't have to be large Edison bells.
Well, running the pulse generator is going to create it's going to they have to plug that into something, so it's going to.
Right. Well, because another time before Levi, they attacked us when we were coming out of court too, and said, "Look, we're all emitting the same thing." And so I think it's some kind of hot and cold device. I think it's he and his wife. And I think he's just practically a shut-in, and that's all he does all day long. I mean, if I go to bed at 3, he goes to bed at 3. But he doesn't attack me during the night that I know of. And so he watches my every move. He makes sure that I always know he knows. He makes sure that I always know that he's watching me, and if not hitting me. And so we don't know. More will be revealed.
He's probably like some kind of group leader or something, one of us.
It's him.
Yeah. Okay, well, good job, you guys. Really, I'm so excited. Really, really, really good job, and you were so persistent. I remember when you were talking about going to court like 5-6 months ago. So
exactly. It's 8 times, and
good job.
But what's so fabulous about this is I've really gone to the end of my skill set. Right? And I am flailing around thinking, I got to get an expert witness, and I've been through every list and every website and everything, and then I just run into this man outside of Walmart, and bam, and it's been that way ever since. So we feel so odd and blessed.
Wonderful. That's wonderful. A lot of good things like that are happening lately in the government, too.
Yeah, exactly.
Great. So thank you very much. I'll get off the phone. It's great work. Great work.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Patty. Next caller, please.
South Central Ontario. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Derek. It's Janice. Everybody from Canada.
Hi, Janice. Welcome to the call.
Thank you. I just want to say I'm so blessed to have found the site and to be on the calls all the time, and to know that you guys are making a big difference. And I mean, I can't say thank you enough. It's such a relief knowing that there are other people out there that are going through the same things that I'm going through. Yes. It's more so the gangstalking that I've been having, and electronic harassment as well. But it's good to know. At one point I thought, am I going crazy? is this all in my mind? You know, am I watching too many horror movies? But at least I know now that this seems to be a fashionable trend next to the iPhone. I don't know, but I'm really blessed, Derek. You guys are doing an awesome job, and it would be nice though to link with some people here in Canada that are going through the same things as well, so we can work
I understand
towards
there's a lot of people in Canada.
I'm sorry?
I understand there's a lot of TIs in Canada.
Well, there's also a lot of HARP arrays in Canada. There's at least 5 that go from the original HARP array all the way across Canada to Newfoundland. I know of that. But yeah, they're directly in the direct line of fire.
Really?
Yeah. A lot of people don't know that, but yeah, they commissioned 5 more HARP arrays, and they go right across basically the Yukon territory. We're right across the top, all the way to Newfoundland in Canada, so that they're hitting every province underneath that with everything.
Wow.
Hey, Janet, did you have a question or something?
No, I just wanted to say thank you, Derek, and everyone else that's pushing for change. I'm really appreciative. Thank you. And there's hope.
Well,
It gives me a feeling of hope.
well, you're welcome. Hopefully, whatever success we have, we'll carry over to Canada.
Yeah.
And remember, Canada, like a lot of people don't realize, Canada really has the same set of laws, and you guys do have a Bill of Rights that almost is exactly the same Bill of Rights that the U.S. We have in America, and a lot of people in Canada don't even know you guys have a Bill of Rights. And the funny thing is, excuse me, you guys have a lot of the same laws and a lot of the same rights that Americans have. So you guys have the ability to do everything that we can do in America, plus probably more, because you guys are, less populated, and you guys, have a better, I don't know, jurisdictional system in a way than we do here in America, because our thing is we have to fight to prove, what's going on, as opposed to being, innocent until proven guilty. If you're accused here, you're guilty until proven innocent. So I have a lot of hope for Canada, and also, keep you guys informed and everything like that, because you guys have all the same rights we have in America, plus more. So Canada's a good place.
Okay, that's good to hear. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Janice.
Thank you.
Okay. The next caller, please.
All right. We have another West Massachusetts. I'd just like to say, if you've already had one chance, could you please not get back in the queue, because we have quite a long queue. Thank you. West Massachusetts, go ahead.
I did speak before, but I had an important question. How do you get a restraining order if you have lots of neighbors and stuff involved in this? And everywhere I go, they set up shop real quick.
Find out who the leader is if you can.
Did you have a bunch of neighbors moving in at the same time, and then all of a sudden weird stuff started happening, or was it one neighbor and then multiple neighbors, or how did it start?
No, it's neighbors that have known me, 3 of them for over 50 years, believe it or not. And then a couple of neighbors that just moved in the past several years. One, they both work for the state, and the other one is military.
Uh-huh. What state do they work for, do you know?
Pardon me?
What departments of the state do they work for? Not the military, but the ones that work for the state. But I was just asking what departments they work for. Like EMV, EDD, something like that?
Yeah, the husband, I believe, works for the housing of children and stuff like that, and I can't remember where she works.
Okay.
State workers.
But they're both of them are directly involved in harassing you, you're saying?
Yes, and they enabled them to use backscatter out of their garage on me to boot. And then I got
did it all start at the same time, or did it progressively happen, or
it's intensifying. They keep adding more to my house. They use my electricity, and I'm actually on three power grids. My street is one. Behind me is another totally different grid, and across the street behind the houses is another grid. There's 3 power grids that are affecting me that are all involved. 3 different streets.
Pardon me for interrupting, but Mary, you have had a turn, and we still have quite a few people in line. You do have his email address or the name of his website?
If you can give me more background information, I think I could probably help you more, because
maybe she could contact you at your website and you guys could discuss it, because we still have a lot of people waiting a while to speak with you. If that's all.
I would say generally to go after whoever she can collect the most evidence against and get a restraining order against that person.
Good advice.
That's good advice. All right. Next is Washington, D.C. Welcome.
Oh, yeah. Hello? Yeah.
Okay.
Hello? Yeah, I'm right here. Yes, Mark.
Okay, go ahead with your question, Mark.
What was the name of the woman that had problems with her limbs? I noticed that I've been reading about the experiments in Nazi Germany. I remember what they did. They were heating up the water from their brains, and their heads were shrinking. I don't know if that's an idea she may have not known. But also, I just want to know what was the link to her videos on YouTube, and also
that was Jamie.
What?
That was Jamie. Do you have a solution for her?
Yeah, I read about the what they were doing in Nazi Germany, and what they were doing. They were shrinking heads a long time ago, and what they were doing, they were heating up the water in someone's head, and the head would actually shrink. And I also thought maybe she may have, if she didn't know that, that's something I know. Maybe they may be heating up the water in your limbs somehow, and that may be the reason why they may be shrinking. I remember that. And maybe if she didn't know that already. But and also was it Jami on YouTube? She said it was Jami or?
Yeah, same Jami.
San Jami?
Jami Ali. She did the PSA, public service announcement.
Oh, Jamila, but like how you spell it?
Jaami.
Jaami, Jami.
Yeah, and Ali is Ali.
Okay. Question. Anyways, and also basically, what actually happened with Kathleen? Like, what was the perpetrator actually doing when they were doing their targeting? What was the person actually doing? I mean, were they really shooting the microwave at you, or what was actually going on?
Of the vibration, and that's why I say it's hot and cold, because they were using it for, I think, cooling, and so nobody would believe me about the vibrations. And then he's regressed a lot. So now it's microwaves. He hits in the head now, just like everybody has. But one thing I did get is I had a surveillance system, and I get waves because I have thousands of pictures of waves into my house. So right there, it tells you that the guy is targeting me. But he does noise campaigns. He's addicted. This is all he does. When he was served before, the guy that served him saw 6 monitors in his house. And he's always very secretive when he goes in and out. So he's doing everything. And these people are angry, they're powerless, they're helpless. It's the most power they've ever had. And he just can't stop. He's actually tried to stop. But he just can't do it.
do you still get the hits now? I mean, even though that you won.
Yeah, not horribly, but enough so I had to go get my. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but a leather jacket really works for if it's light, and so I sleep with one over me, like I have one wrapped around me right now, and so just a plain old leather jacket, blocks transduction, is that what it's called? Yeah, and so there you have it. But yeah, he's doing everything now. Everything.
Last question. You said had already known when you went up. You said the judge knew about this already. Like, how would the judge know about this?
Well, no, I don't know exactly what he knew. You know, if he'd heard of another case, all I can tell you is his very first words to me last year were, "I've heard of this," and I'm like, oh, you know, because. You know, it was a pretty big deal. And so it told me I had a chance, and so that really helped me be persistent. And so now when they hit me, it just makes me work harder. And another way that it helps me stay the course is knowing I'm going to be helping everybody else. And that really helped me too. So, and that makes it, when it's broad like that, and you know, studies have shown that when you're doing something for other people, you actually get more out for yourself than the people you're actually giving to. And I really believe in that concept. And so that would help me too. You know, you just also stay really healthy. I exercise every day. I lay up flat diet every day. I also listen to healing frequencies, the good frequencies, right? And those really work too. And you can just go on YouTube, and we'll actually have them on the website. But you can go on YouTube, Healing Frequencies, but we will have the best ones you can get on our website for free, and you can go on there and get healed every single day and feel better and get the latest news. So we're excited. Any way to help, right? But just a leather jacket is amazing, and also
I can't believe he knew about this. That's unbelievable to me. I don't know how. What exactly say? He said, "Oh, this is I know about this already," or something like that.
That's all he said. Was I've heard of this. You know, you're not allowed to grill the judge. Otherwise, believe me, I would have.
Is that what you send me? Like, you send me like some of the court papers? It's like my email address. Is that what you send me? I've talked to you before. You can send me some of the court papers, you know, and everything.
Melvin?
Huh?
Is this Melvin?
Now this is Mark from Maryland. Mark
Burnell.
Burnell.
Yeah, Mark Burnell. Hi, Mark. Yeah. It's going to be all on our website. Like probably within a week, you'll see the restraining order. You'll see what it says. Everything. We're just getting him to run it. Levi's been working night and day getting it up, and it's a lot of work.
Well, most of it's been trying to get my computer back.
Yeah, that's right.
Then, you know, getting all the technology behind the.
Yeah, what happened was that we switched my computer from my laptop.
That doesn't matter. Yeah. Let's go on to the next question.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah, let's go to the next question. Thanks, Mark. Karen, next question. Next caller, please.
Texas, you're up.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. This is Elaine in Houston. I just wanted to send joyful thoughts. Should I say I was praying wonderful thoughts, like Neil say, toward our neighbor that was crying earlier to me to help make the PSA letter. Or should I say the news commercial? But anyway, we all are in this. We're all just trying to endure. And I thank Neil too, and all you guys behind the scenes. That's it.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Do you have a question for us about anything?
No, because I got to hear everything kind of late. I can make a statement like the neighbor Mark was saying earlier regarding the liquid portion of the, he said water, of the brain being heated.
That's actually true. If you go back to Nazi research, they were doing that on concentration camp people, and that's how they started with the whole microwave thing. And then we got the paperclip guys, that we got the Nazis, but Russia also got people, and they were doing experiments on the people they were sending the gulags under Stalin. They were
I believe it, and I've heard probably a little of it on the PBS down here.
So they came up with the whole beaming the American embassy with microwaves, and the reason they were doing it is a guy named Perryman. If you look it up, there's an instrument. It's called the Harriman or the Perryman or something like that. But he was it's a totally electronic instrument. It makes a weird sound, but he was able to create a transducer, which is basically a bug that didn't require any power. But what they did was that they hid it in the seal of the United States that they gave to the Moscow agency, and then from across the street they would shoot microwaves at it. They could hear everything that was being said inside the embassy. But then they were also.
I have heard. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I had others speak too, but I did come on the line late, so I do appreciate you bringing that point out. But what I was going to say is I actually have felt my whole body. I can feel like a hit in my head, just not a real. I don't want to say like I don't know what kind of source of. I mean, what type of weapon they're using, but it would tend to warm my head. I could feel my blood was very hot, and it goes all the way down my right arm. This has happened several times, and then it takes a while. It feels like you ever feel like when you have they call them goosebumps, when you're real cold and you want to rub your body to get warm, but it hurts. It's like it feels like prickly,
Yeah, it pulls and pricks in your skin and whatnot. That's why I gave out the website. It talks about microwave. So that's one I found so far about microwave radiation sickness. Did you get a chance to get that off the call or off the? I put it on the. I'm not logged on to the chat room anymore, but I put it on there. But it'll also be on our website, a direct link to it from the front page.
Okay, I'm not on the computer though. I'm just hearing it on my cell phone. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to tell you, I heard part of it. I know I heard the part something about docs. Let's see, it was something watch, but I didn't hear the word in front of the watch.
www.powerwatch.org.
Powerwatch.org /UK.
/health.
Okay.
/health.
It's breaking up. My phone, I have a brand new phone. It's hacked too. I already know it's hacked.
No, I don't even. Mine has been hacked for 7 years now. I've been working at the field for so long that when the phones first came out, I already knew they were being listened to because I worked in the field. I knew that what they were doing with them already. So.
Wow. So see, I'm hearing every other word when we started talking about the website.
On a cell phone's already been being listened to, so just get that through. So yeah, and also, there's like for instance, Spy Bubble that they have out there. That's just one I can think of. I don't even need to touch your phone. I can get next to you with my phone and literally get your RF, get your SIM card, and then implant an app in your phone that you could never find and actually go onto a computer, get transcript of everything that you say, as well as the voice of everything you say, as well as every text message you send as well. And that's just an app I can think of off of that you can download from the computer.
Yeah, it's so many things when there's something good. Like this is a good technology, actually, to have cell phones. Something we only would have dreamed of.
Yeah. The point is
everybody, those who on the backside of it do something wrong.
The point is,
I can't even get emails. On the emails I get, I hope you can hear me because I'm hearing like every other word you're saying. I seem like it. It's very choppy. Well, I was going to say, I don't hardly ever get emails, no personal ones. It's not you. It's there on my line. I already know. I heard you say better. I heard you say better now. But I appreciate everything Derek too. All ones working the keyboard and whatever they do to keep the calls in queue. And I'm gonna say thank you, and I'm gonna go ahead and mute and let others to come on.
Yeah, what I can say is
now I can hear you. Mm-hmm.
Go to our website tomorrow, and there'll be a direct link to the microwave radiation sickness, and you'll actually find everything you were talking about on that paper. Mm-hmm. And then other than that, they can do everything you were saying with no problem. So I hope that helps. Next call then.
Thank you. Oh, so one more thing. May I ask? I'm gonna mute myself after I ask this question. But for some odd reason, I have, like in Texas, I have like seemingly 2 area codes in my phone. It's not truly that way, but it's just set up that way on the cell phone. And I keep getting like it's 832, 713, and I'm not gonna say the last 4 numbers. But I keep in the last 2 months, I've had this phone. It's a new phone. I have had about 25 calls that have that same beginning, 832, 713.
I'll tell you a trick you can do that you can actually catch the people that are doing it, because they do this to me as well, and they think they're so smart, except I catch them, is when you get a call from one of those numbers, the first thing you do is you answer, and then you hang up. I mean, within 2-3 seconds, hang up. And then you press star 57 on your phone and send. And what it'll say is, it'll come on your phone. It'll say something like that this feature isn't available or whatever on your phone or whatever. Thing is when you press star 57 right after you answer a call from a number that you don't know, it tells your cell phone number to make a trace log of that call. So if you have to, you can go to the police and say, hey, look, I'm getting harassed by these certain phone numbers, and as long as you star 57 them, the police can go to your cell phone company and and they can actually pull who it was made by. I see what was happening with me was the Department of Justice. They thought they were being real sneaky, and the funny thing was I would call the exact number back after I started 57 them, and the number they were calling me from, and it said, this number is no longer in service. And and I was like, do you guys really think that's stupid? I mean, come on. But the way you do it is you get a call, you answer it, hang up immediately, and then press star 57, send, and then your phone will say something, then hang up. And don't think anything of it, but that just tells your cell phone company to trace that call. So if you have to, you can go to the police and they can pull every call you trace from your cell phone company, and they can actually go after them for harassment. So that's another way to go after them. So
excellent. Because what I've been doing, I say this is ridiculous. The last 4 digits are different. So I've been every time they call me. Okay, it's getting choppy again. They must not want me to hear this. It's getting choppy. What I started doing, if you can hear me, I started saving each number and giving it a certain name like you would in a phone book, and then I go ahead and I hit block. So
it's a good thing to do, but like I said, answer the phone, but hang up immediately and press
star 57.
You can do it on a landline too.
Yeah, and you can do it on a landline too. So, but the thing is, it tells your telephone company or your cell company to trace that call. So that way, if you have to, you can go to the police and they can actually pull up who made those calls, because you're saying you're being harassed by the calls, and you can actually go after them for a restraining order that way too. So that's another way about going about doing it.
Okay, Elaine, we're going to have to move along now, but thank you for your questions.
New York City, New York, you're next. Oh, I guess not.
Oh.
Heard that. Are you there? New York City? I'm sorry. That person fell off the line. All right. Welcome, East Maryland.
Hello.
Hello. Are you there?
Hello.
Hello. How you doing?
Hi.
Hello. How you
question?
doing? Hi, Derek. How you doing? This is Anita from Maryland. Well, first
hi,
of all,
Anita. How you doing?
I'm better. I
You're
just want
better?
to say
Okay. Well, that's
yes.
good.
I want to
Well,
say
that's a
thank you.
blessing.
Yeah, it really is. But I want to say thank you to Catherine and Levi for their courage. And as they say, courage is contagious. But I want to say thank you to them because I also last year tried to do a peace order against the person who was perking me, whatever they call it, and I wasn't successful. But now all the information that I got today, I'm learning how to collect the information. I'm going to get in contact with John in this area so he can help me kind of find out where the waves are coming from also, so I can start to collect my evidence to bring the individuals back to court. You know what I mean? And just, like I said, just thank you. Just thank you for them for having the courage to.
Thank you.
I was going to say, but it wasn't really us; it was everyone else as well.
Yeah.
You know? So the victory isn't just for Kathleen or for me; it's for everyone here. So
that was great. That's motivation. Because when you hear everybody and what's happening to them, I mean, you just have to stand up.
Right. But it still takes courage to walk in that court and to see those people and to be in front of the judge and
and then
these people.
The lawyer tried to rip you apart and all the other things. Oh yeah, court's stressful.
It is. Yeah. But that's why I'm so blessed to have found Levi, and I just happened to make it on my own up until then. And he just dropped in from heaven when I really, really needed it. And so.
And I was pissed off at the government at what they'd just done to me a week before that. So,
yeah.
Right.
So,
and see what I did was I went in by myself, thinking that I was going to be protected by. I didn't go the criminal way. I went through the court like you guys did, but I went in by myself, thinking that if I filed these papers against these individuals, stating the incidents that happened, that the judge was going to protect me. And then that's when I realized, this is bigger than me. This is bigger than my little situation. Excuse me.
It's hard. I get that. I was all by myself until Levi too. I did have some work with some other TIs, but I did everything myself. So, yeah. And you're just stunned how no one will protect you, aren't you?
My judge was actually a woman. And when I looked at her, she was a woman. And when I looked at her, and I'm calling to her and telling her that I need protection from the courts, from these individuals who are harassing me, she actually said she did not believe that they were harassing me. So here I was sitting there, thinking that I was going to get help from the court. And that's when I realized, you know what, I felt like there was a joke being played, and I didn't know that about the joke. You know what I mean? But like I said, I don't want.
With the judge having said his first words as I've heard of this, just all the way through. It was really hard in places, but when push came to shove, something always happened for me. So.
Right. But I wanted just to tell you thank you again, and you're right. We all in this together. But it does take a lot of courage to sit there, and you never know what these people are gonna do. You never know who they're connected to, and how deep this pigeonhole is.
And not only that, this just comes to mind that you hear about the 6 degrees of separation or whatever. But the point being is once you get 6 degrees of separation from you, you're looking at that 6th person can be connected to 1 million people that you don't know. So for instance, one person gets mad at you and decides to go after you, right?
That's what happens.
They hire out 2 people. Those people get a couple other people involved, and before you know it, you don't know who's who, you know, and who you have to protect yourself against.
And neighbors, too, are on their side.
And you know what, that is actually kind of what had happened to me when I started to put the pieces together. Why someone decided to put me on this list is because he was just angry at, he's a police officer, and I guess he was angry at me and decided to put me on a list. But I'm not going to go there. But I wanted to say to the person, the young woman from New York, just to hold on. Keep doing what you're doing.
Really.
Just hold on. I mean, look, guess what? Before you guys came on and just inspired all of us, we were all kind of like waiting for this miracle to happen, and it has happened, because it is like I like what Derek says. It's going to happen on the grassroots level. If you think about anything that's happened in this country, it has happened through the court system. May it be through civil rights or anything, we have to go through the courts on the low, and I kind of figured that out, but it hit me when I was in the court, when I went to the courts last year, that some of these people are bought. You know what I mean? Some of these people who are sitting in these high places who are judges are perps, you know, especially if I'm sitting in a domestic violence court and the woman's facing me is not believing me what I said, that some of these people are harassing me. But like I said, tonight...
Beauty of it. This is good. This is the first step to monitoring it.
Yeah, and that's the whole point of this. Is, you know, we start on a local level, you know, but see, even at a local level, it goes to the state level. When you go to court and you win in court, it's still at the state level. So once we get more of these under our belt, and especially if we can get them under our belt in California and in New York and in Texas and in Florida, because those are the biggest TI populations. But any other state, for that matter, would be great. But the more of these we can get, then we can go after the feds after that, you know.
That's right.
They can't deny that this is happening all over the place.
This is an interesting thing, that when they first started, at the beginning, they were all saying, oh, yeah, tinfoil hats, we don't believe it, blah, 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 right? And then this time, but the last time, they changed their entire strategy.
That's right.
When they attacked me, saying, oh, well, you know, we're emanating the same things. And so that told me that, hey, they realize there's just too much stuff out there now to deny it.
That's right.
That itself is a big, big change.
Right. And I think also because if you're looking at, and this is just my opinion now, I just went from North Carolina, I live in Maryland, right? I went upstate New York. I know people in New York on the line. I was at Sagandaga Lake being hit. And anybody who knows anything about New York, it's beautiful up there. From Sagandaga Lake, I went to North Carolina. I was still being hit. This thing is so big. It's all these people who are involved. You know, it's like...
Where you're saying... Everywhere you're saying, I mean, New York has multiple Gwen towers, number one, but they also have huge radio telescopes and also military bases with military radar, as well as more per capita regular commercial radar from airports.
Wow.
As you're going down to North Carolina, a lot of people don't know that the second most powerful radio telescope, and every time I say radio telescope, mind you, they also are able to transmit at higher powers than any other towers out there. So we're talking about in the 500,000 watt range, and the second most powerful radio telescope is in West Virginia, which is right next door to North Carolina. So,
yes. So we just never had a chance. But I'm just feeling for me, and I'm thinking about the young lady who was along line. It's coming. Hold on. It's coming.
Yeah.
We're gonna win. We have the victory. The victory. Yeah.
You know, and understand that.
And try to find somebody by her.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is you know, their whole attempt is to try to ruin our lives. But if we refuse to, you know, accept just even if you hold for 20 minutes or another day, it will get better, you know.
And you know what? I actually take a devilish delight in knowing that I am, that on his best day, my worst day is better than his best day.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right.
You know, how people do not do this kind of thing.
Well, I mean, on the technical call last night, I mentioned that I figured there's 3 to 4 reasons why these people do this thing. Number one, they're given the most minute amount of power they've ever had in their entire life because they're completely powerless individuals. So they think so that makes them, number 2, pathetic, you know, because by everything they do just shows that they're pathetic and that the little amount of power they're given and how pathetic they are, that just shows you that. And number 3, there has to be money exchanged in
Oh yeah, I agree with you. But I think most importantly we have to realize that we are dealing with people who are have no conscience at all.
Absolutely.
They're also cowards. They're also cowards because guess what? If we know, if they know, you know how connected these people are. They know about your court victory, so they know that eventually it's going to come their way too.
Right. Well, you know, 18% of the population has some degree of sociopathy. 6% are essential sociopaths. That means they have absolutely no conscience, and they'll actually veer off the road to kill an animal.
Oh, yeah. I believe that.
Yeah, another 6% have some degree and have more tendency to drugs and or abuse, and then another 6% just have are just defective. You know, partially maybe hit on the head. Who knows?
Anyway, there is one thing I want to mention to everyone out there, which you know would give me a better idea if the email that I put out there, but send, you know, the things that have happened to you and how it all began, because that gives me an idea of putting together, you know, the technologies behind how it all began for everyone, you know, and also being able to put a database together with the at least 8 I know of, but I know there's more out there, but being able to put together a countermeasures kind of section for everyone, you know, to really work.
But I know you, and I don't want to get into, because y'all listened last night, and about putting the wire around the house. I wasn't sure what kind of wire that was.
For 90 to 95% of all microwave radiation, and I swear by it, and I've done it in my house and probably 5 other people's houses, and every single person has said they've noticed a huge reduction on it. And like I said, it doesn't cost more than $40 to $60 at the most to do. So,
what kind of wire was it?
Like I said, it's just plain Jane stainless steel wire wound up in they come in 500-foot, 1,000-foot, and 800-foot spools. We're talking $5, $8, and $10. So.
Okay. Well, I'm going to do that tomorrow. But like I said, I'm not going to. I know there are a lot of people that want to talk to you, and I thank you for your courage, both of you, because it does take individual courage to kind of go through this. And I think everybody online are courageous. We just have to hold on. And to the woman in New York, I'm from Queens, New York also, just hold on. Just hold on.
Absolutely.
So thank you, guys. Good night.
All right. Thanks a lot, Anita.
Good night.
Okay. God bless. Anybody... I mean, whoever's next, Karen, if you could on the next caller.
Southeast Pennsylvania, you're next.
Yeah. Hi, Karen. This is Barbara. Thanks a lot. And
Barbara.
Derek and community.
Hi.
And Kathleen. Hi. Kathleen, I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you, girl. And
thank you.
Levi, you're a godsend. You're an absolute godsend. You're an angel. And thank you both. I just have a couple questions. Kathleen, was the judge able to read any of the material we sent you?
You know, I'll tell you, it's just a setting. I have all this material, and to get them to, they haven't even seen my videos yet.
No, actually, I think I mentioned that we had, you know, all the videos that confirmed the data sets, but when I was on the stand, I told the judge point blank, and he believed me. And I said the thing is about all the videos, all they do is confirm the data sets. I mean, we had videos that show exactly what I'm talking about. So if you want to go through the videos, we can. But if you're in the interest of the court's time, we really don't, because all they do is affirm the data sets of what we're talking about, and so we didn't have to go through the videos, but it was good to have them as a backup.
But what he does have now is I gave everybody a binder, including the attorney, right? So in that binder is everything except for the videos. And
he had a copy of the videos too. He had a copy
of the videos too. But he can. I'll bet you right now he's looking through all those, and originally he had a lot of the material, but there was like 3 times when he didn't have it. So, but he's got it down, so I'm hoping he has looked at it.
Okay, good. The other thing is I wanted to ask, and I have one more short question. Do you think we should write this judge a thank you card, like each individual, just flood his office with thank you cards? Because he's actually our hero.
Yeah.
And what do you think?
I think that would be a thing where you just wrote like a one letter, but then had everyone sign it. I think that would be
I would suggest not flooding his office.
Okay.
Yeah, that way you're not taking up too much of his time, but just write a one thank you letter, but then have everybody sign it,
Exactly, and all the names, and then send it by registered letter so you know he gets it.
Yeah, exactly. I think that would be the best way.
Yeah, I think me
go
too.
about doing
Perfect.
it.
And I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
And the other thing, thank you.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, and because he is our hero. I mean, this is so monumental. I opened my door and I was just waiting for the cops to call me after I did this, but I was so excited after I heard your guys what had happened. But I opened my front door, and I screamed out, "Victory!" I was like, "All right, give me a couple minutes. I'll hear sirens. I'll hear sirens."
I was here last night before I went to bed.
Yeah.
And the other thing I want to ask Levi is about, I was listening to the smart meter, and I do have a smart meter, and I got as far as, I heard about the copper, the aluminum taping, and then you lost me with the wire, the coaxial wire.
Okay, you know the wire they use for a cable, like to plug your cable with, that type of wire? That's called coaxial wire. And the thing about it is when they hook on the connectors and stuff, you don't actually, but you see there's a copper wire in the middle of it.
Mhm.
Okay, well, you can buy coaxial wire at Home Depot for 13 cents a foot. But the point being is if you cut off the insulation and actually the RF shielding, which is it's regular metal colored, like shiny metal color, and you cut that off, and first you cut off the insulation on the outside, then you cut the inside until you get to the actual copper wire. And you don't want to get the RF shielding connected to the copper wire, so you want to keep that isolated from each other. And so the coaxial wire is just cable wire. And so if you go to the hardware store, Home Depot or Lowe's or whatever, and just ask the guy in the electrical section that you want a 10-foot piece of cable wire, he'll know what you're talking about.
Okay. And that's what I use to ground?
Yeah, that's what you use. You cut off about 2 inches on both ends, but you leave the center copper wire exposed, and you actually tape the center copper wire without getting the RF shielding on the smart meter after you've completely covered it, and then you connect the other part, just the copper part of the wire to the ground rod. And then that's what you ground it out with.
Okay, are you going to have a demonstration of this online?
Yeah, actually, I'm going to put pictures of this on the main on our main website. I'll put a picture of actually doing it, and doing the smart meter, as well as I'll put picture by picture so you see what's going on exactly. And that'll be on the main front page of the website and stuff. So it'll be in there.
It'll be girl friendly.
Yeah, it'll be there in the next 2 weeks. Guarantee you that.
Good. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's just it's awesome. Thank you. Thank you both.
Okay. Thanks, Barb. Let's see. Karen, our next caller, please.
Yeah, our next one is also a Southeast Pennsylvania. Go ahead.
Tapu, and in the essence of time, good evening all, and especially the guest speakers. I missed the early part of your presentation. However, I've been...
Hello?
Hello.
Did we lose her?
I was muted.
Hello?
The key here is that just this year, after a fire, May 1st, 2014, in Philadelphia, 23rd and Nordane, and 44 people were made homeless, I happened to call an office of an elected personnel here in Philadelphia. And in speaking to this woman, she told me that she had just had installed, when I mentioned to her about the smart meters, she had just had installed, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
She had just had installed a smart meter by Pico Exelon. And she said in less than a week or two after they installed the smart meter, they called her back and said that they had to remove it because these meters catch on fire. So I've been very concerned when I keep hearing you all talking about putting copper tape and all these other variables. Are you aware that they catch on fire? They told her this, she told me, and I really feel that many of the fires that's happening here, not only with the hydraulic fracking, because Philadelphia is built over creeks, the bottom line here is that these fires are starting in the basements. And remember, many people have the gas clothes dryers, so any kind of spark can cause this. But more emphatically, for her to tell me that the company called her, and why they probably called her, because she was in a very important office within our city hall, and they probably found out that her position, because I was humbled when I happened to call that day, I was really asking for someone else. And she was so very friendly and told me, oh, yes, I know about the smart meters, and for her to share that. And she said that Pico Exelon had told her that they found out that the smart meters that they have cause fires because they're from a certain country. I asked her, what country do you think that they purchased them? The only one she and I came up with was possibly China. I have more information about that, but more emphatically, the young lady in New York, in reference to David Icke, had promoted a book about Transhumanism, Formation, of America. It's for her to be in a very important position. For her to be in a very important position, I am Angel Lady Love. For her to be in an important position, as she said that she wants to work, this sounds of a hypnotic, brainwashing variable. I would say mind control. I don't say that anymore because, in truth, the mind cannot be controlled when we know where the mind is from. The bottom line here is...
David, do you have a question?
The question is, has he looked into the fact that these very smart meters explode, combust into fires before he starts putting copper and all the other variables? And thank you for listening. I'll mute myself.
Two things on that. Number one, by putting copper and aluminum over it, you're actually creating a Faraday cage with the ground. So you can't create a fire because any electrical, whether it's EMF, microwave, or any sort of electrical spark or anything, will go directly to ground. So it's basically impossible. I mean, I can't say 100% impossible.
Well, I wonder if you recognize, they have control of this.
In the late 70s and 80s, in the late 70s and 80s, through Max Weiner, may his soul rest in peace, he had a consumer protection group. In those days, and this is what started me investigating the meters that they're putting in our homes from the water department on up, and he had said then that the meters for the electricity was being read through our telephone wires. And then it went on and on and on to now the smart meters. And I'm trying to tell you something. They have control from their office. They can shut off electricity. When in the 50s they used to cut off limbs from trees that were growing near their wires, now they don't do it. And these strange storms are actually uprooting trees all over Philadelphia and other places. And what I'm trying to bring to your attention, because Michigan, they're shutting off their water, and the meters malfunction, and plus they're doing intentional fraudulent accounting. I heard the lady speak of a 1-3, what was the executive order. And I hear people talking about the judges. The judges are our employees. They're supposed to do their job correctly. But because we don't realize that we're the government, these people pulled a coup, C-O-U-P, on us in October of last year. And I want to big up the Honorable young Mr. Edward Snowden and the Honorable Aaron Alexis, and all of us who are suffering. But the bottom line, we've got to learn to speak out. We must not keep things secret. That's what our employees have been doing. We have to divulge everything. I hear people talking about the Wizard of Oz. When they pulled that curtain back from that Wizard of Oz, they saw this little scrawny something. And all of them, as the sister was saying earlier from Texas, they have inferiority complexes. And I was just hurt by a police officer at an event here in Philadelphia. These people are our employees. They're not supposed to be sticking things in us. And anyone that can go in a church and not be perped, you should count your blessings. Because they're all in the church, and not one of us should own a microwave oven. Period.
Okay, Mr. Beebe, I think he's answered your question. We have to move on.
Couple things.
Okay, Karen, the next caller, please.
Texas, go ahead.
There was a couple things I wanted to address. Number one, the actual companies that you now have the smart meters that caught on fire. If you could send the information about those companies in my email, I'll check into them. Number two, I know by grounding them out that you're actually grounding all EMF, including actual electrical signals, so I wouldn't worry about that. And number three, I've had my smart meter Faraday cage for 2 years, and you can't get a microwave reading off it if you tried. So I know for a fact they don't drive by in the cars and get readings from that, but somehow they're still able to figure out.
They are done from the very place, their office. They do not have to drive the car in front of their door anymore with the smart meter.
They were actually doing it in cars driving around neighborhoods like they claim they did. I would have knocks on my door saying, why can't we get a meter reading? So I know that it's not being done the way they're claiming it is. But that being said, like I said, if you could send me the information on the companies that you know were selling bad meters to my website or to my email address, I would like to take a look at it and, do a bit more research on it. But other than that, other than that, those are basically what I wanted to say. So
that information is actually at stopsmartmeters.com, and it's also been reported by a lot of people that they find that if they look at the wires going to their standard ground rod, that they've been loosened up. So I advise you all to take a little trowel, dig around where the ground rod is out by your meter, and make sure that the wire and the connector on that rod are tight. Because if you don't get a good return, that could be a problem.
Yeah, if you don't have a good ground, I'll tell you what my grandpa taught me back when I was a young lad back in the late 70s. That was when they still ran just two wire systems. You had a black and a neutral when they ran it to your house. And what my grandpa taught me was he had a way where he would basically half the month run the electricity to the hot wire and then you had your ground wire and your neutral wire. The white wire is the same thing. Then he would switch it around for the other half of the month where you'd stick the neutral wire in the hot wire socket and then the hot wire in the neutral wire socket, and it actually ran his meter backwards, so you never had to pay electrical bills back then. I thought it was funny, but, you know, that was back in the day.
Sir, do you have a question, please? Hello? Do you have a question for Levi or Kathleen? Or comment?
Hello? Anyone?
I thought he had a layered question. Isn't this the guy that just had a multi-layered question about 3 or 4 items?
I wasn't sure what he was saying. Is he still there? Do you have a question, sir? Okay. Karen, are you there?
Yeah. I hope I didn't accidentally mute him. He was Texas, right?
Yeah, it was Texas.
Yeah, he's still open on my board. Texas, are you there? Maybe it's just his signal on his phone.
Hello?
For real. Hello?
Hello?
Hello, who am I speaking to?
Michelle.
From where?
Michelle Praker from Bellevue, Washington.
Oh, how'd you,
Okay, well, go ahead with your question. We still have lots of people that are waiting to talk, so...
I didn't unmute her next. The next person in the queue was someone completely different, but I guess she can go ahead.
That's all right.
Yeah, she's unmuted. She can go ahead.
Oh,
go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I lived in Texas. I'm not originally from Texas, but I moved from Texas to Bellevue, Washington.
Oh, okay. Well, she was who you unmuted.
Oh.
Yeah, so my number is still showing Texas. It's my cell phone.
Oh.
My gang stalking began in Texas, and I was mobbed out of employment in Texas, but I got hired here in Washington, where my B2K as well as gang stalking, and then I get to do and everything else here. So I identified myself as a targeted individual here in Washington. But initially, I realized it started in Texas. So my question is, I get B2K 24/7, and besides that, I get hit with you. I get the synthetic telepathy. I get the radiation, and it's consistent. How do I begin to identify who my perps are? Because my perps with the B2K, they say it's my previous employers, it's friends and family. They actually put video, in my cortex for viewing, which they are like raping and murdering women and kids, to include my family. And I don't know what to do at this point and where to start. I am with, of course, Freedom Covert Harassment. I have sent emails to the commissioner here, and then I believe it's ACLU. But I'm currently at a standstill.
At Bellevue, Washington, they have an Air Force base near Bellevue, don't they?
Yeah, I get now I do get the noise campaign, but I did notice whenever there's the helicopter sound, radiation and everything is dumped over my townhome. Like I get noise from my TV, like clicks, 5 or 6 clicks, and I get hit with different things once it's hit. Whenever there's an airplane sound over my townhome or noise, and sometimes it's an airplane and sometimes it isn't, it's just noise. I begin to see a lot of directed energy weapons. Sometimes I can see it coming towards me. Sometimes I can't. I can feel the radiation on my feet or on the floor so heavy sometimes we can't even walk through here.
How far away? I know Bellevue also has a regular airport. That's a pretty busy airport. But how far away from you, between the commercial airport and the Air Force base up there, how far away from you, or between the two are you?
It's off I-5 South, so I would say about 10 miles, 10 to 12 miles.
Between both the commercial airport and the military installation up there?
I can't identify. I am aware of SeaTac, but I'm not sure if that's the commercial airport. I do know there is an airport.
The thing is with the radar, and you can look this up with the commercial radar that they use at airports as well. That can also be. Unfortunately, they run those in the microwave spectrum as well. That affects human beings. So if you're in between an Air Force installation, that their radar is all microwave based, and then you're running in between a commercial airport that also runs in microwave beams on their radar, you're going to be being in two different directions. And then, so when you're talking about gang stalking, if it started in Texas, it's it's not hard for them to find people, in other areas to get you. But also the thing is what I'm trying to figure out is once you get on their list, obviously I was put on a fusion center list, so to speak, but by being put on that list, how do you get yourself off that list? Because I want to be able to get to the point where I'm no longer being harassed by these people, but when it comes to where it's coming from, I think I can see that in between you, if you're in between the military installation up there with their radar, and then in between the Bellevue Airport, that you're going to get two different sources of microwaves, but they're going to be in interfering patterns, so it's going to cause all sorts of odd things from heating of the skin to tingles to depending on how much you're getting, you're gonna experience a lot of different syndromes.
Okay, now I'm sure I'm not for certain. I had begun to see drones like the first month I was there, or maybe the second. And one night I was awakened, and it seemed like it was laser beams, hitting on the inside of my eye, on both left side of my eyeballs. So when I woke up the next morning, I can see where it was irritated the night before, and that's what I believe I've seen. I woke up in the middle, I tried to grab my camera and take a picture, but now I have a white orb in my eyes.
That's a direct effect of microwave radiation sickness, and it's actually the website Power Watch I was telling you about talks exactly about exactly that symptom, and it tells you the exact wavelength frequencies of the microwaves that cause that symptom. So you can go to our website, and I have a link to it, and unfortunately the link won't be active till tomorrow, but if you go to powerwatch.org.uk and look for the health section and then microwave sickness, microwave radiation sickness, you'll see those direct symptoms, and you'll also see the actual microwave frequencies that are used to cause those symptoms.
I need to kind of interrupt for a second.
You're getting interference frequencies from not only the military base, but the commercial airport if you're right in between them.
Okay, I need to kind of interrupt for a second, please, because we have about maybe 35, 40 minutes left in the call before it automatically closes.
Okay.
If we need to, okay, just one second, please. We need to establish whether or not Linda's having a call after this call ends. If so, we need to kind of make that announcement. I don't have access to the chat room just now, so if Linda's there and she wants to make an announcement, she can come ahead and do that.
Okay.
Okay, Karen, do you know if
Do you know if Linda's here? I don't know. Just a minute. I'll look for her. I didn't specifically look for anybody, but
Oh, okay.
Wait, yeah, there she is. She's in the chat room. Yeah.
Okay, Linda, if you want to make an announcement, you can call in and announce your room if you're going to have your call after this one.
Okay. Hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just have one more question about the radiation sickness. Is there anything I can do about it? Is there like a company or something here I can more or less pursue to press charges against now that I have some bit of some evidence that I am, being hit with radiation?
A summary.
I was going to say, just write a summary of what's going on, because what you'll need a data set of the actual frequencies. You also need to be able to pinpoint where the frequencies are coming from. And so send me a summary of what's going on my email, and I'll look at it and see what the best course of action that you can take, and see what you actually need to do to pursue it further.
Okay. And then the major oil and gas company I worked for in Texas is where I got mobbed out of. I had to resign. It was so bad. I was there, and I was weak.
They got deep pockets there. Yeah, they're right there. You told me everything you needed to tell me right there. It's a major oil and gas company, big deep pockets to do anything and everything they want to do to somebody.
Mm-hmm. So, okay. So now I just need to work on trying to get myself off the list. How do I go about finding exactly what list I'm on? I had assumed it was PIMREP. I'm not sure about Tammy, but, writing the commission.
If I can figure it out for myself,
we'd all go.
I guarantee you I would share that information with you, but that's something I'm really actively pursuing as well, because and mind you, I'm sure we're all on different lists. The thing is, we got to find proof of being put on that, as well as there's a whole bunch of agents.
Okay, so last thing, congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
And then my story can go all night, but that would be kind of selfish. I just got one more thing. In MIB2K, they run this script. I get all types of scripts.
Yeah, they only have so many scripts that they go on. I mean, literally, they only have maybe 100 to 200 scripts they go on with every single person. So, I mean, it's almost like clockwork. I mean, you can tell me, you can tell me the script, and it's one of the scripts that they run on, pretty much everybody. They only have like 100 or 200 scripts I know of that they run on people.
Okay, thank you for your questions. Karen, next caller, please.
Was that just Chicago that was talking?
No, that was she was from Texas. She was
originally from Texas.
Okay, is there a Chicago waiting that I've unmuted? Okay. Then welcome, Northeast California.
Little Long Beach.
Hello, you have a question? You there?
Wait, it's not unmuted. There it went. Ah.
Okay, do you still have a lot of callers?
Hi, I just wanted to say to Kathleen and Levi, congratulations.
Thank you. It wasn't for us, it was for you. So.
It was for all of us. I can't jump up and down anymore physically. I'm just not in my physical health has been diminished significantly, but I shout with joy, and I want to say that I felt like when Neil Armstrong stood on the moon and he made that speech, one small step for man, giant step for mankind. Go TIs. This is a giant step for TIs.
Thank you.
What? Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you. And I was just thinking to myself of like I was glad to have the big glass of iced tea that I had afterwards.
So, I have one thing to say for Jimmy in New York. I'm listening to the calls. There is a person in New York named Paul, and I don't have his information, but I know that Derek does, and he's pretty well connected with the TI information in New York, and I know that Neil is wonderful. Neil is helping me, and I don't know what I would do without him. So as well as Neil, there is a guy named Paul. Now, my question for Kathleen and Levi is this. I have had to shut down computers several times. The computer that I recently had to shut down, I'm not technical at all. I don't even have a cell phone. But I was wandering around pushing this button, that button, and I came across where it says, can your computer be remotely controlled or whatever. The boxes were checked. So I unchecked them, but then I go back, they're checked. So I just shut it down. What exactly can they do with computers? Can they, monitor your whole house? I mean, because they're V2K'ing me constantly, hook up your computer again, hook up your computer, and I refuse to do it. So give us the skinny on what they do with our computers.
Okay, the first thing I'll tell you all to do is take a piece of tape, and if you have a webcam or if you're using a laptop, cover the camera on your laptop and cover it with a piece of tape with whatever. And the reason being is they can actually remotely turn on your laptop, and if you have a webcam on your computer, they can turn that on as well. And mind you, those also have microphones in them, so take a piece of paper where and the ones on the laptops, the microphone's right next to the camera, so you can cover them both, and because they can turn the microphone on as well. But the way I do it at home on my desktop PCs is I actually have two webcams, but I don't have them connected into the actual computer unless I actually am going to use them. And on my laptop, I have my camera covered. And then what I do with the box you talked about, Mark, being checked on if you pull up if you right click on say your C drive and you go down to properties, you'll see it'll say remote on the very end, and when you click on that, it'll say allow remote access. That box by default is checked, and you can uncheck it, and you have to make sure you're being running your computer in administrator mode, so you make sure you're logged on as an administrator to do that. But that being said, if I know your IP address and you give me a day or two and all I need is your IP address, I can literally hack into your system, take over your whole system, and basically I could put a keyboard logger on there and see everything that you type in and then have it sent to me, remotely without you ever knowing.
I just shut it down and shut the internet and boxed it up and put it away. But I also noticed that when I would complain to the internet server and say, I'm not getting all my emails, so-and-so said they sent me this, they sent me that, and I would send emails out, I complained so many times about issues of this, that, or the other, and I finally asked, okay, so does somebody have something remotely on my computer, and they said, well, if the government brings us some kind of order, yes, we have to oblige them, and we have to put like some kind of box on your, the internet that comes through to us. And they just finally, I called so many times, and I said, well, do I have that on there? And they said, you obviously have something. Stop calling us. We can't fix it. Call the government.
They basically just told me, there is something wrong with this. Yes, call the government. So what? If that's the case, they have it on our systems. What good does it do to have you fix it?
Well, you can get rid of it, and you can get rid of it for free. And there's a program called Spybot Search and Destroy. So if you go to Google, type in Spybot Search and Destroy, and it's actually a free download from, make sure you go to safernetworking.org, and that's where you download it from, and install it. And Spybot Search and Destroy, actually, I've been using it since 1999, and it works better than Norton Antivirus, McAfee, all the other ones, all the mainstream ones that you hear about. It works better than all those. But if
they have some kind of court order that they're allowed to actually go to the internet server, can't they just put it right back on?
Well, the thing is you can when you put on Spybot Search and Destroy, you also can put on what's called the T-timer. And in the T-timer, what happens is it monitors not only Internet Explorer, so if something is trying to download from Internet Explorer without your knowledge, it won't let it happen. But second of all, it monitors any programs or anything happening in the background, and it says, oh, well, this is trying to change your registry or trying to download, and it won't let it happen. And so that's one real antivirus software out there that I swear by. And it's called Spybot Search and Destroy. And you
what I suggest you do, because you understand that targeted women are somewhere between 70 and 80% single targeted women. Not all of us are technical. So you ought to do a Saturday night call. Get back with Derek, do a Saturday night call on what we can do with our computers. Not all of us listen to the technical call, how we can, put that wire around our house, and, just kind of have another call on a Saturday night just for that kind of stuff when you get a little more information. And that will save a lot of us having to, send you emails and things like that.
And the thing is I could go for 2 hours about what they can and can't do with your computers and cell phones and things like that.
Well, that's why another Saturday night call might be beneficial. And we're not as technical as Lisa.
I've been doing it for 20 years. It's been basically what I've done my whole life. So
I have to say, you're one of the the best I've heard, and who understands the technical part of it. And our technical guys are having amazing progress. And it's like, our freedom is going forth, and it's coming by leaps and bounds. And thank goodness for Derek and Neil and all of you and everyone who's come forth.
So that's a really beneficial thing about all this is Derek with keeping the group together and getting everyone involved on the same page, and Neil's...
I think and I really believe that Heavenly Father has had enough. He has given these perps enough rope, and they're going to start hanging themselves.
Oh, they already started hanging themselves once they started getting enough.
That's right, and it's going to come forth leaps and bounds, and we will be delivered out of this. We will be vindicated, and much sooner than we think. It's not going to be 5 or 10 years. It's now.
You know what? I'll tell you what. Everybody, and I think there's going to be some monetary compensation. So everybody should send an email to somebody about how much money they think they've lost. So when it comes, the time of reckoning comes, you won't be just something you pulled out of the air.
Yeah.
You can say, no,
not only that, if we come, because this is what this is all about, is all of us coming together, but all of us have lost fortunes.
Well, you understand though that the government, for those of us, and mine is government. I've had people tell me they might be hiring it out to some fusion center,
some
private company, but it was, government issued, started, and et cetera. But they have, it's like Dr. Robert Duncan explained to me that like with MK Ultra, when it finally hits the fan and we finally go before a judge and say, yes, look, I've been talking about this for 10 years and show that, everybody that knew us realizes that, yes, we were targeted, et cetera. Well, they only have a $100,000 limit on any one person.
Actually, that's completely untrue nowadays. The thing is depending on what state you're in, if you go to the state level, I know for a fact that the city of Las Vegas itself, when you're going up in that state level, they've got a $2.5 million limit. And if you go to the feds can go up to, they've actually overruled cases in Las Vegas where people were awarded $2.5 million, and then the judge tried to lower that amount to go back down to their limit. They were actually awarded more than $2.5 million. Then they took it to the feds, and the feds ended up, I'm thinking of one case in particular in Vegas here in the last couple of years, and he was awarded by the feds $13.5 million, and Vegas had to pay the $13.5 million plus the $2.5 million.
Was this a targeted individual?
No, this was something where the police harassed the guy, and then they tried to charge him with something he didn't do.
Okay, well, that's different. I'm talking about the United States government, which the majority of us are traced back there. Their limit, no matter what, whether it's the FBI behind it, the CIA, or they farm it out to their, their contractors or fusion centers, their limit for damages, for them experimenting on us, like with MK Ultra people, it's $100,000. That's it. It's set in stone.
It's been upgraded. I know that for a fact because MK Ultra, when they did that was back in the '76, and it was a shell game. They just changed the names and moved it to different agencies.
Oh yeah, no, the church committee told them to shut it down, so they just privatized it. Mark explained how they did that on the Jesse Ventura program.
Hey guys, we kind of need to move along because there are people that want to talk.
Okay, well, have another show if you would, you guys, for the technical on a Saturday night.
I think that's a great idea.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, caller. Okay, Karen wants to make an announcement. Well, actually, I can go ahead. Linda does want to have a call after this one, which will be wrapping up in the next 10 or 15 minutes. Her room number is 124150 for those who are interested in continuing to socialize. So Linda will be having a call after this one. Okay, Karen, the next caller, please.
Okay, hang on a minute. I got sidetracked. Were they done talking? I guess they were, huh? I wasn't sure they were done yet or not. Okay, hang on.
Okay, I can't see the board right now, so...
Oh, that's all right. I'm looking for my next victim here. Looking for the correct number. And, okay. Louisiana. Welcome, Louisiana.
Hello.
Hello.
I just have a question. I was wondering about different people that you have witnesses with you that they came after as far as dealing with the court system.
I'm sorry, say that again?
You were saying about trying to get evidence to put things in the court system. I was trying to find out people having witnesses that's actually witnessing these different acts that are happening to you as far as the Gangstalking part.
Yeah, you can bring witnesses in on any case, and it's great to have witnesses. The only problem with witnesses is that they can be defunct by defense attorneys, and also it's been proven that over time witness testimony is unreliable. So that way, if you actually have data sets and you actually have factual evidence that be denied, you can bring that into court along with your witnesses, and that only makes your case stronger.
Yeah, and one of my first witnesses actually disappeared, and that's a true story.
Oh, wow. And I was also wondering, as far as, a lot of people were saying that they didn't know exactly where theirs come from. Mine started from my employment. And one of the other ladies was acting like it's all over where she's going. So how do you get you mentioned about a restraining order when they, sitting back having the others doing the dirty work for them?
Well, you're talking about two different people here?
No, I'm talking about, you mentioned about getting a restraining order, but one lady was mentioning to you that it was going on in her community and, everywhere she go. So she was asking, who do you put the restraining? I know exactly who sent this force behind me in my family. I do know that.
That's the key of what I talked about a few times tonight is going through it, and Neil and I were talking about that and coming up with a database of the different technologies that we know of and the symptoms of those different technologies, and then that way you can pinpoint what direction to head in your investigation. And a great idea, and like I also said, a lot of times we use multiple technologies. So by being able to piece together symptoms that are directly correlated with the different technologies being used, it's a big help when you know where it's coming from, but a lot of people out there don't know where it's coming from. So that's why, with working with Neil, with putting together a database of the different technologies that are out there, but then also the certain symptoms that are directly associated with those technologies, then we're able to piece together where it's coming a lot easier.
I'm actually getting
Okay, I have just one more question. As far as posting this on YouTube, you're not.
I will never put a YouTube channel out there, and the reason being is I've worked in the computer industry for 20 years, and
yes, sir.
By far the only things that are ever out there that actually have anything to do with me is somebody else film me or something like that, but there's nothing out there other than this website that I'm putting out that actually has my real name on it. So,
okay.
I just hate to burst your bubble, but YouTube is nothing more than another NSA spying tool is really what it is. It's the same as Google, but it's just...
Yeah, I know, but it's pretty much the only thing that you have to get your media out.
Unfortunately it is, and you can get some great information off of YouTube. It's just what it really boils down to is just another NSA spying tool. And they're getting to the point where Amazon's coming out with technology where they're going to be able to box up and ship to you stuff before you even order it and stuff. They're doing predictive technology and stuff like that. That should tell you something.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
West Oklahoma, you're next.
Hello?
Okay.
Hello?
West Oklahoma, hello.
Hello.
Did you have a question?
Yes. My name is Matthew. I'm calling from Oklahoma City.
Hi, Matthew. How you doing?
Hi, Matthew.
Did you figure out that the Oklahoma City bombing was a FBI scam yet, or have you?
Yeah. I've been reading on that. Yes, it looks like it's leading more and more back to them that the FBI has something to do with it.
That's our good old Attorney General Eric Holder. He was in charge of covering it up. So,
right.
It's kind of scary, actually, but
very scary.
But anyway, I got off the subject. What was your question?
Yes, I'm going through some serious torture. I mean, they're threatening to kill me. They're messing with my car. I mean, I can go down the highway and it's like a magnetic force. I mean, it can slow my car down. It's like it's pulling against. I'm accelerating, it's pulling against me. I can feel it going through my body, my heart. I can feel it. Like right now, both my knees are swollen up big as grapefruits right now. And I'm being tested for cancer also. They can see and hear everything I see and hear.
Yep.
I mean, it's like they're looking through my eyes. I don't really know anyone here in Oklahoma that I can talk to. I keep missing Angel. Angel has contacted me a couple of times, but I can't seem to hook up with him.
I really like to go through a lot of the technology with you, but email me and I can go through more of it with you.
Summary.
Yeah, just a summary of what's happening to you, but I can tell you that microwaves have a unique ability to go through what's called the blood-brain barrier. They call it the BBB, and this is actually how drugs work. And for instance, if somebody takes illicit drugs or if they take prescription drugs, it doesn't matter. Once it gets into your bloodstream, it's able to cross through the blood-brain barrier because drugs affect your brain really more than they affect your body. And so by the drugs being able to pass through your blood-brain barrier, that's when the drugs take effect and take a hold. But see, microwaves do the same thing. And it actually causes the first thing it causes is overproduction of red blood cells, and that's what's able to cross through the blood-brain barrier. But, for instance, they're also able to create infections as well as viruses and stuff like that. So if your body catches some sort of bacterial infection or a virus or something like that, or they're hitting your skin or something like that, it causes your autoimmune response to skyrocket. And once that happens, that allows the T cells to actually go through the blood-brain barrier, and it goes up into your brain. And then inside the middle of your brain, and it's part of your limbic system, it's called your thalamus. Mm-hmm. And right in the middle of your thalamus, you got another gland called your hypothalamus, and they call that your primitive brain. And the funny thing is there's been tons of studies done on this, and actually papers written on this. But your thalamus actually picks up microwaves, and so by then targeting your thalamus, they're able to not only do the auditory, like you hear things, that aren't your thoughts and stuff like that, or voices that aren't your things
right.
that you say,
right.
that kind of thing.
Right.
But they're also, because of where the thalamus is located, and the eyeballs are one of the most unprotected part of the body, they're able to implant images where they can be able to see through your eyes or hear what you're talking about and stuff like that. And like I said, that's done through interference patterns, and they're using actually multiple microwave generators, and they're just phased out. They're out of phase somewhat, and they pick up the interference pattern. So if they're hitting you with microwaves that are going through your blood-brain barrier, causing your brain to slow up and causing you to see things that really aren't there, or them able to be seen through your eyes, or putting thoughts in your head that aren't yours, or talking to you. And that's done with microwaves. But then secondly, if they take another one that's out of phase, they pick up the interference patterns, and they can pick up your speech wherever you're talking in your house. And that's another thing about smart meters people don't realize, is because they're microwaves, you can be anywhere in your house and it can act like a bug. I mean, it can act like a bug without even actually having a bug in your house, because they can pick up everything you're saying through the microwave signals in your smart meter. But second of all, they can actually, you don't even need a bug in your house, because a smart meter can tell when you get up in the morning and jump in the shower, because all of a sudden, your hot water heater turns on, or you go and open your refrigerator door in the middle of the night to get a midnight snack, or, you turn on the fan because it's hot, or you turn on your computer. They can tell every piece of equipment that you turn on, so they get a good idea about what you're doing in your whole daily life. They can put a whole picture of what you're doing just based on the fact of what the smart meter, when they get surges in different spikes of your house, and that are correlated with your fridge or your oven or, your hot water heater or whatever. So that's the technology behind it. But like I said, doing shielding around your house is the best way I've found to really cut out a lot of that stuff. And that even cuts out the them being able to see through your eyes or getting the auditory hearing responses and stuff like that. So
the stainless steel wiring, is that what you're speaking of?
The what?
The stainless steel wiring, is that what you're speaking of?
Yeah. Running it around your house and then independently grounding it at different points around your house. And
I live on the third floor of an apartment complex, and
that's something that's came up with me for about almost a week now, and I've been doing a lot of research into it, and hopefully I'll come up with something that when you live in an apartment complex, you can do something that you don't have to live in basically a chicken wired apartment or something like that. Do something in a way that works, but doesn't really. It doesn't affect, your living standard, so to speak.
So you don't think I'm infected with a chip or anything? So you think it's done?
No, I don't. They stopped doing that in about '85, and they can do everything that they could do with a chip with the technology they have today. So they don't even need chips. I'm a little leery unless somebody's been, experiencing this since the 80s. I'm a little leery because they've had the technology to do it without a chip, since the early 90s. So why would they want to chip you if they can do it without a chip,
That's true. How's that affecting my car? How's that working with my car?
They're doing that with other people. Number one, when they're fucking with your car, they're, pardon my French, but if you're actually having things happen to your car, they're doing that with other people. But if they're directing microwaves at your car, like for instance, that's going to affect the electrical system in your car. So your spark plugs won't fire correctly. It'll hit the spark plug wires. You'll have misfires. Then so you'll be pressing the gas pedal, but not all the cylinders are firing correctly. So you're going to lose power that way. So if they're targeting you with microwaves while you're in your car, it's going to cause everything in your electrical system to kind of go haywire because nothing in an electrical system in a car, is shielded at all. So, if think of it this way: if there was a big, atomic explosion